Good evening. It's 5:30 PM on Wednesday, August 6, 2025, and this regular meeting of the Sandpoint City Council is called to order in council chambers at 1123 West Lake Street, Sandpoint, Idaho. For the record, I'm Mayor Jeremy Grimm presiding. Also present are City Council President Deb Rule, Councilors Joe Espiro, Justin Dick, Kyle Schreiber, Pam Duquette, and Rick Howarth. Under the city's adopted code of ethics and civility, as the presiding officer, I'm to identify law enforcement personnel serving as Sergeant of Arms for this evening's meeting. Tonight, we have Police Chief Corey Kuhn in the back. If everyone please stand, we'll recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks, everyone. Looks like we have a full crowd tonight. So this is an incredibly long meeting. We have a lot of public hearings and some other pretty critical items to address. So I just would ask that councilors be concise with their thoughts and comments. And also in regards to staff reports, I think we'll just go with Holly and anyone else who feels compelled to make one, and then open it up for council members if they have questions of directors. But in the interest of time, we'll be brief on those staff reports. So with that, for members of the public in attendance, if you wish to testify on any hearings on this evening's agenda, please be sure to complete a comment sign-up form to hand it to staff. We will be discussing the budget toward the end of the meeting, but this will not be an opportunity for public comment on the budget as there's a public hearing scheduled for August 20th. If there are other non-public hearing items that you wish to discuss, feel free, as long as it's related to Sandpoint business. But first, we have a special item on our agenda with badge pinning for promotion of the fire department. At this time, I'll call Fire Chief Gavin Gilchrist to the podium. Looking so sharp.
So spiffy. Should be mandatory.
You could do that, Council.
Hey now. Hey now. How are you guys doing this evening? Yeah, thanks for allowing us to do the badge pinning ceremony at the council meeting. It's one of the milestones that our firefighters reach right after they get done with their probationary period. So tonight we have firefighter Solon Janae Wolf is going to be promoted to full-fledged firefighter. He actually finished his probationary period like a month or so ago, maybe 2 months, but we're just trying to get everything worked out and get it to where it was, get it where it's set and we could get everybody here. So Solon, if you'd like to come up, and Solon is going to be pinned by his wife, Karita. I also like to point out it's very, very important. Family is a big thing with us. So we can't do what we do without family members supporting us. So Karita, these for you. Oh, there you go. You're so welcome. Okay.
Wrinkle the shirt.
Good to go. All right, so I'm pleased to formally recognize your promotion from probationary firefighter to firefighter with Sandpoint Fire Department. This achievement is a direct result of your dedication, hard work, and outstanding performance during your probationary period. Throughout your probationary phase, you have demonstrated exceptional skills, initiative, and unwavering commitment to the safety and well-being of our community. Your ability to perform under pressure, show leadership in challenging situations, and continuously seek improvement exemplifies the qualities that we strive for in all of our team members. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. You have proven yourself as a valuable asset to our department and an exemplary model of professionalism. Your positive attitude, collaborative spirit, readiness to take on new responsibilities have set you apart as a firefighter who can be trusted to uphold the standards of excellence that our department is known for. I'm confident that you will continue to excel in your role, lead by example, and contribute to the ongoing success of the department. The members of Sandpoint Fire Department look forward to seeing the continued growth of your career as you take on new challenges and responsibilities. Congratulations on reaching this important milestone in your career, and I commend your perseverance and look forward to all that you will accomplish moving forward. Sincerely, me. Here you go, Karita. A lot.
Thank you for your service.
We do have one more milestone to celebrate, and we chose to do it tonight. He doesn't know it yet, but if Engineer Troy Beddoe would please come forward. That'd be you, Troy. Who's Troy? How you doing? Oh, I got you. I got you good this time. There's no, there you go.
Thanks.
Thank you so much for what you do. We talk about milestones, and in the fire, in any service, not just the fire service, serving someplace for 25 years is huge. Troy's not retiring yet that I know of, but he did cross the 25-year mark a couple, like in May, was it May? Crossed it in May. So I just want to read this to you real quick. All right. On behalf of the Sandpoint Fire Department and the City of Sandpoint, it is with great respect and deep appreciation that we recognize and thank you for your 25 years of dedicated service to the residents and visitors of our community. Your commitment, professionalism, and unwavering work ethic have not only made a lasting impact on the department, but have also strengthened the safety and resilience of Sandpoint. Over the past two and a half decades, I almost didn't do math there. Over the past 2.5 decades, you've answered the call day or night in every season, under all conditions, providing expert care, mentorship, and leadership in moments that matter most. Your years of service stand as a powerful example of what it means to be a public servant, and your legacy will continue to inspire current and future members of our department. We are proud to serve alongside you and sincerely thank you for your extraordinary contributions. Yeah, you have to open it now.
Oh, okay.
And I checked it. I wrapped it, so it's not ticking, but I did check it.
Is it a drone?
Not a drone.
Ah, dang.
When you retire.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, dang.
Box in a box.
Ooh.
Wow.
Can't
This
see.
is a very nice citizen watch.
Wow.
Excellent. Yeah, that's great. All right.
Have you picture real quick?
You want the mayor?
Just the focus of here. One more.
So, 25 years.
1, 2, 3.
Excellent. All right. Thanks, Ray. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor, Councilor. Appreciate it.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for your
Anything
service.
else you want to update us on while you're up there? How are we doing on fires?
Season's still really dry. There are no burn bans in the city of Sandpoint. We're not issuing burn permits for like yard debris and stuff like that. But if people have like their campfire rings and chimneys and stuff out back, then we're still good with that. IDL just sent out another update today saying there's not burn bans in the county. They're
Okay.
just at a level of high.
Okay.
So other than that, we're good to go.
Thanks, Chief.
You got it.
Any questions for the chief? Good.
Mhm.
Just moving on to mayor's general announcements and reports. I did circulate a notice we received from a new group called the Idaho Vacation Rental Association. They appear to be concerned with our ordinance and are calling for a meeting on August 14th, 2025 to discuss and explore whether the current limit on our vacation rentals violates constitutional protections provided by property rights, and if pursuing a lawsuit against the city of Sandpoint is warranted. So not sure where that'll all go, but it's obviously something you are probably aware from my previous updates. There have been two pieces of legislation over the past couple of years that have failed down in Boise that have tried to strip cities of any right to regulate short-term rentals. Our code does currently set a cap on the number of non-owner occupied short-term rentals in our residential zones. So I suspect we'll be working with legal counsel to look at our ordinance and the most recent case law.
Add is to make sure that if any council members wish to attend that meeting, that we don't create a quorum since it's not posted as a public meeting for city council.
Yes, and obviously that day as well, next week on the 14th, in these chambers, the interim committee, the Senate and House are meeting here on the land use regulation work that they're looking at. It's a pretty large group. I want to say about 20 folks. Senator Woodward, Representative Jordan Redmond are the co-chairs of it. I am on that committee, so we'll be here next Wednesday, pretty much all day, discussing land use regulations. And generally, the goal of that committee is to understand if there's anything in LUPA, Idaho Code, that needs to be addressed that could enhance the pace or affordability of housing in the state. That's pretty much high level for me. Great to be back. We've got a lot of work. Any directors have anything to report before we turn it over to council members? Holly, do you want to give a brief update on the North Boyer culvert situation or anything else? Holly Ellis, Public Works Director.
Good evening. Thank you. On the Boyer Culvert, we continue to thank the community for their patience as we repair this project. We are still targeting September construction and wrapping up that project with a new culvert. We have JEB engineers engaged. I have a meeting with them tomorrow morning, and we should have the design finalized and buttoned up. We have advanced dirt work. He is chomping at the bit to get out there as soon as he can get that material ordered. You'll see him out there digging. So I'll have a better update for you just in the next couple days. But again, we thank the community, and we're still looking at September for construction that we're targeting.
Any questions for Holly generally or specific to the Boyer culvert collapse? Thanks, Holly. Any other department heads have anything pressing to report, or are there any other questions for department heads for the council? Hearing none, any council general announcements or reports?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Duquette.
is this the time I would request something off of the consent calendar?
No, we'll do that in just a second.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
Yeah, thanks. The Urban Forestry Commission held its regularly scheduled meeting on July 24th. We continued our discussion of the categories and definitions of heritage and other valuable trees. We made some good progress and came to a unanimous consensus on the 5 categories for those trees. The only one that is still pending is historical, which is going to go before Arts and Historical Preservation for their comments before full adoption on that. And then we also continued our discussion of the updates to the arboricultural manual.
Thank you, Councilman Schreiber. Any other council general announcements or reports? I should note that with the departure of Brandon Stagland on the 15th, we will be losing a representative on the Ped Bike Committee. I get committees and commissions mixed up. I think it's committee. And I've suggested to Director Welker that our new planner, Eric Brubaker, fill that position. Eric has an extensive background and understanding of bike ped infrastructure, connectivity, and related urban transportation. So hopefully Eric will accept that, and we'll continue on in those committees. And I do want to announce to the council that I know that committees are something we need to circle back on. It is my intent after we get through the budget to facilitate a full discussion on your thoughts on committees, how they're operating, and what we can do to improve them if needed. So with that, we'll next proceed with the general public comment portion of the meeting. If you wish to speak and haven't yet completed a sign-up form, please do so and hand it to a staff member at the back of the room. The purpose of general comment time is to allow members of the public in attendance to speak to the mayor and council regarding items included on this evening's agenda under the consent calendar or old or new business that is not a hearing. For the purpose of a general public forum, you are also welcome to comment on any topic pertinent to the business of city that is not included on the agenda and not anticipated or scheduled for future public hearings. Please note that the council cannot take testimony in any planning or land use related matter outside the specific official public hearing. I'd like to make everyone aware the city does have a policy on meeting decorum. The rules are posted just out the chamber's door. In summary, I'd ask that everyone please be pleasant and respectful, not make derogatory statements about others, including city staff, not be disorderly or disruptive, no calling out, clapping, or holding up signs. Public comment time is for comments only, no questions or debate. You are welcome to contact me during regular business hours if you have any questions or concerns. This is the only general public comment time that I will be offering this evening. Those attending remotely who wish to speak may raise their hands on Zoom at this time. When it's your turn to speak, please state your name and whether you reside in Sandpoint city limits. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. With that, Madam Deputy Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak? I do want to.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Mariah Williams.
Awesome. Hello, Ms. Williams.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Mariah Williams. I am a Bonner County resident, not a City of Sandpoint resident. I'm a member of the CHAFE 150 Organizing Committee and the Ride Day Director for the CHAFE. I hope you've all heard of the CHAFE. I also want to introduce our ride coordinator, Megan Patterson, who's back there. So the CHAFE presented by the Sandpoint Rotary is a well-recognized road and gravel Grand Fondo that we host here in Sandpoint. We have between 300 and 500 riders, from local riders to international riders, people coming from Canada and Florida and all over the United States to come ride with us. And since 2008, we've raised over $1 million for local education causes in North Idaho, which is a pretty amazing achievement. And the ride takes place annually in June. Our next ride is June 20th, 2026. Just a little economic plug for you. University of Idaho did a economic impact study on the CHAFE, and it's estimated that our non-resident riders bring in over $250,000 in 1 week spend in the community, in addition to everything else we're doing. So pretty cool. But before I get into why I'm here, I also just want to express the Ride Committee and the Rotary's appreciation for the city. We've been doing this ride for 18 years, and it really takes a village to put it on. And we're so thankful to the city and the police specifically for helping us make sure we can do this safely. So why am I telling you this? So for more than a decade, we've had our check-in, our start finish, and our after ride party on the lawn in front of the Best Western, with thanks to Trinity for helping with that, and Justin here. And that private property adjacent to City Beach Park is kind of an iconic location and is really instrumental to the identity of the CHAFE. The redevelopment of that property causes some problems with the waterfront location that we use for the start and finish, in that in the short term, there will be construction in that area, so we're not able to host our event on that same part of the lawn. And over the long term, it's unknown at this point whether there will be waterfront space in that area large enough for us to host the event, should the landowner continue to let us do so. With that redevelopment, we would like to move our after ride activities to City Beach Park so that we can maintain that identity that we've had for the ride. And it's really logical, kind of a really logical change for us to keep lots of things the same. Okay, so go to the Parks Department and get a permit for that. We will. We started to, and we've had multiple discussions. The part of our after ride celebration is the responsible and controlled beer and wine service that we have at the after ride party. So that is important to the community experience and our sponsor support, but the current city code does not allow for alcohol at City Beach Park. Even though it's already permitted at War Memorial Field, Think Festival, Sandpoint, and Farm and Park. So later this meeting under new business, there is an agenda item for the council to consider amendments to City Code 329. And I'm just here to express support for that amendment, allowing alcohol at special events in designated areas of City Beach Park under well-defined and responsible conditions. The Chafe 150, our number one priority on the road and in everything else we do is the safety of our riders, our volunteers, and the community. And we're committed to that safety standard in everything we do, including, we use licensed servers, secure boundaries, proper permits, close coordination with safety. We would just like to be able to do that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Williams. We really appreciate everything Rotary and the Chafe brings to our community. This item is scheduled for later in the meeting. I'm not sure we'll get to it. It just depends. It's a very long agenda item. But there's a staff report, and I know the council will be taking it up at some point in the near future. And really appreciate your comments and coming out tonight, and keep doing the great work that you do
Thank you.
at Chafe and the Rotary.
Wonderful. And we'd be happy to participate collaboratively as you discuss what that policy might look like. And I'll provide a similar written comment to the board. So,
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Deputy Clerk, anyone else wishes to speak tonight?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, that will conclude the general public comment portion of the meeting. And I do want to call attention to Deputy Clerk Haley Keys, who's running the meeting. Melissa Ward, our city clerk, will be joining us. She's on her way back from Coeur d'Alene right now, had some training today. Next, Councilwoman Duquette, is the consent calendar. For the record, the total amount of bills for approval is $2,095,832.51, reflecting $1,298,179.90 for regular payables and $797,652.61 for payroll. Council members, do you have any questions, or are there any items you wish to remove from the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Duquette.
number 10, please.
Right, number 10 will be removed and put to the end of old business.
Unfinished, yes, thanks.
Anything else, council members? If not, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Schreiber, second by Spiro. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Spiro,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. All right, we will now begin to move on to the public hearings in this evening's agenda. And we'll begin with the public hearing and discussion of the Great Northern Commercial Subdivision Preliminary Plat, City File PS 250001. And we have Planning Community Development Director Jason Welker and City Planner Mr. Bill Dean providing, and Brandon Staglin, City Engineer, all here. So I do see the applicant and their representative in the audience. Start off presentation from Bill Dean, City Planner.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor. It's nice to be with you this evening. Pardon my voice, I'm a little under the weather, but I still have a lot of my energy, so I'll be happy to answer questions. Jason is going to pull up a PowerPoint that I've assembled for this agenda item. This evening, you're using your powers to be able to approve or not a subdivision of property on the northern portion of the city. Your Planning Commission had a hearing on this not too long ago, and we can get into the details of what this project is. Essentially, the city has got a lot of different zoning districts. This particular property happens to be located right next to and adjacent to the Amazon facility that's going up on Woodland. The proposal is to create an industrial park, provide lots for future industrial development. Normally, the lot size in this area requires something a little bit larger than what you see on the screen. And as we go through the slides, we'll explain to you how these smaller lots conform to the zone districts. There's a number of conditions of approval that have been attached to this. We'll talk about that as well. My presentation this evening is really brief just to cover the basics and then answer questions. So Jason, let's go on to the next slide, please, if you will. This is a site right now. This photo was taken a while back. when the application was filed, that's looking southbound from Woodland. Today you'd see a road that was that's actually being built on that property right now. That road is going to have to be obviously built to city standards, and the record drawings are going to have to be submitted, and it's going to have to be accepted and finalized. So that work is ongoing right now as they're reviewing the details of how the base was constructed right now. The proposal is about 15.5 acres of property divided into 21 lots. Access is going to be derived off a new right-of-way from Woodland, a new drive called Commerce Drive, and then a stub street called Innovation Drive would be stubbed in a westerly fashion to connect to the parcel that's undeveloped between this and Great Northern Road. So you've got some connectivity, and in a moment, I'll talk a little bit more about what we could be doing with the southern property line to achieve even better connectivity. So let's go on to the next slide. Looking at this, again, Brandon Staglin, our engineer, is going to be obviously involved in the utilities, the roadway, the infrastructure to service the development, meets all the city standards. The lot sizes normally for this zone district are an acre, yet if there's a recorded reciprocal access easement across the properties for maintenance and access and parking, you can have lot sizes that are smaller. What's interesting about this proposal is that it adds another element of lot size variation to the portfolio of what's available for our business development in the community. Somebody could come in here and buy one or two or more of these lots. In this size and configuration, it could be attractive to any number of small businesses. So I think it fits with that respect in keeping with what our comp plan establishes in terms of economic development goals to make sure we have available sites for industry, and it's zoned accordingly for this. So let's go on to the next slide. So again, the site details, it's got a comp plan designation of light industrial commercial. The zoning is industrial general. These lot sizes are not huge. They're 25,000 to 34,000 roughly. No building permits have been submitted. This is really the platting stage. Like I mentioned, there's common access for parking and landscaping across these parcels so that you can go from one parcel to the next without having to go out onto the right of way. So it creates a little bit more of a business park feel to it in that sense. There is a slight encumbrance of the airport lateral safety zone at the southwest portion. You can see where the red line clips this. That really has a larger impact on other properties nearby whereby you'd have to adhere to additional rules from the FAA, but otherwise unencumbered. Let's go to the next slide. As normal with any development application, we're going to route this around for agency feedback, post the site for notice, notify the neighbors. Also took it to the PED Bike Committee on 5/8. Brandon oversaw that interaction with the PED Bike Committee to review the project. One interesting thing about the PED connectivity is that about halfway through the subdivision, where the Amazon driveway comes off this new Commerce Drive, there will be a mid-block crossing there to get from one side of the street to the other. What we've also are proposing to add this evening, should council want to entertain this, is the idea of having a crossing actually across Woodland to the north from Commerce Drive to intersect where Samuelson comes down, where Samuelson Ave comes down. In the future, it's likely that multi-use path along Samuelson will continue along the frontage of Woodland when that property develops, and having that connectivity is something that's, Brandon can talk about crossings on streets such as Woodland, but should council desire to have that level of connectivity and that level of pedestrian safety, we could add a condition to the project that provides for that. We didn't get a lot of agency comment on this application, which is, from my vantage point, that means that it's consistent with everybody's rules. So let's go to the next slide. Like with every application, we're going to make sure that we look at the comp plan to see how we're conforming with that. So there's a number of goals I think this aligns nicely with. Mainly has to do with jobs development and the fact that how you lay out a subdivision mainly provide for that connectivity. That's a big deal when you're looking at subdivisions, because if we don't do it now, we're never going to get it later in terms of connectivity and thinking out pedestrian movements and things like that. And it's important for when you're looking at a subdivision like this. You could have a high employee density in any one of these buildings that eventually land here. what are the opportunities to get out and take a stroll, even though it's an industrial area? I think it's important to try to create a business park mindset when you're looking at creating this number of lots for industrial purposes, that you can at least provide for that opportunity should somebody want to go out for a stroll and have connections to other places, be it on bike or walking. So I think our comp plan speaks to that. I think this, working with the applicant, and the planning commission, the application's been responsive to that sentiment. Let's go to the next slide, please. It's consistent, especially with, given the fact that you've got these cross easements, it's consistent with your zone district. For lot sizes, they're allowed to go down below an acre. The public noticing was all done in compliance with our rules and regulations. And we did, take a look at the wetland study that was done for this larger area, just to double check that to make sure there wasn't any evidence of wetlands. And it was cleared from those professionals. Let's go to the next slide. Again, like I think I may have mentioned, there's a lot that goes into a subdivision, on the engineering side. There's an awful lot of detail that goes into making sure the engineering works, storm drainage, sewer, water, all of it is compliant. That doesn't mean it was submitted, initially without any comments. It's gone through Brandon's careful review to make sure that the project can perform. And like I mentioned, the roadway that's being built out there right now is going to have to submit drawings and demonstrate that it meets city standards before that can be accepted. That's just a given. I want to make sure everybody's clear that that's the expectation. There are a number of easements, electrical easement along the eastern edge of the subdivision. And if we can go to the next slide, we talked about the bike ped access within the project and then now along to the north. What I want to bring your attention to is, and I'll give some credit to Eric Brubaker, our new planner. When he was preparing the staff report, he wasn't really involved with the project throughout. He picked it up at the last stages and helped compile the staff report. And mentioned, hey, it'd be nice if we could get some pedestrian connectivity on the bottom of the subdivision, the lower portions of this, in addition to just the storm drain easement that's there. So we're working with the planning commission, and the property owner agreed that, yes, we can provide some bike ped connectivity. Earlier today, I received a phone call, basically planting the seed of an idea of additional right-of-way that actually might go down to the southern property line. So I spoke with the property owner, and they said, yeah, if we could record a what's called an irrevocable offer of dedication, so that in the future, should property to the south develop, we'll have this offer of dedication on lot 14, which I'm going to show you, that would enable a street to be connected there in the future. Now, that may never come to pass, but again, when you're subdividing property and you look at these policies about connectivity and how we can move from one project to the other, it's better to see if you can work it out with the developer to make that happen now, because in the future, that's nearly impossible. So I give chops to Eric for challenging us on the connectivity to increase that. I think that was a great catch late in the process. Give credit to the developer for listening and being amenable to it. And I give credit to the council member who called me, Councilman Schreiber, earlier, saying, is there a possibility this could be expanded into a roadway all the way? And I think that was just exactly the type of thing that we need to be thinking about when we look at subdividing property. So, and the developer was amenable to that. There's several conditions of approval. If you go on to the next slide, Jason. We're actually there's the conditions 8 and 9. So Jason, I'm going to ask you to do something strange. I'm going to ask you to go to your email, pull up the latest version of this PowerPoint, because I made a slight change to it to see if you're on your toes this evening. And to pull this thing up, because we made a change to the conditions of approval. And I want to walk you through that. I think it's worth just waiting a minute so we can get that right. So everybody's clear what we're trying to do here.
Bill, while he's doing that, I'll just jump into another matter on this, which is we should always be calling for a conflict of interest or potential conflict of interest. So at this time, I would ask any council going from left to my right, whether there's a conflict of interest on this file.
No.
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 I do want to acknowledge that prior to my election, I provided professional planning and consulting services to Big Creek Land Company through my firm Whiskey Rock Planning and Consulting. However, I've had no involvement in the preparation, submission, or advancement of this current subdivision application now under review by the city. I do not stand to receive any financial benefit from this application, nor do I have any ongoing contractual or advisory relationship with the applicant regarding this matter. In accordance with Idaho ethics law and the city's conflict of interest policies, I have reviewed the situation carefully and have determined that I do not have a disqualifying conflict of interest. I remain committed to impartial and transparent governance and will act in the public interest without bias or preferential treatment.
Can't do that, but why don't we just read it? Sorry, guys, we're just finding the right conditions here.
Nothing like a flurry of activity at the end of the evening to try to get these conditions right, but what I'd like to propose this evening is that we add 2 conditions of approval, at least for your consideration and discussion. Whether they get added or not is I think it's a good discussion. So right now there's 7 conditions of approval and they're in your packet. I'd like to add a condition number 8 that says the following: prior to approval of any final plat, an irrevocable offer of dedication for 60 feet of right-of-way on Block 1, Lot 14 shall be shown on the face of the preliminary plat and any final plat that includes Lot 14 for the purposes of providing future roadway connectivity to the parcel to the south. Such irrevocable offer shall be shown with its recorded instrument number on the plat. And that arrives at the idea that we could actually have that road continue to the south in the future. I think that's, again, it may never be used, but it's a placeholder for the future and it's in keeping with our connectivity principles. The second condition of approval would be condition of approval number 9 that I'd like to add states, prior to approval of any final plat, a crosswalk shall be installed across Woodland Drive at the Samuelson intersection to the satisfaction of the city engineer. This arrives at connectivity across Woodland. And I encourage you, as you think about that, to get some information from Brandon about the advisability of that, the considerations you should keep in mind as you contemplate that. It's one thing to cross Commerce Drive within the subdivision. It's another to cross Woodland that's got a lot more traffic on it. So I've written that there because I think it's important for us to talk about, but I do, expect that the engineer can illuminate a little bit more about how they think about that. With that, I'm going to conclude my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions you have, and thank you for the patience as I got these conditions of approval doctored up this evening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. I'm not sure if it's possible to somehow get a physical copy of those, either by email or text or something. So if those conditions are incorporated, we have that language. Maybe
Yes, you can do that.
heading out to the printer or something. Maybe you can print them and.
Yep.
Are there any questions for planning director or city planner, Mr. Dean, at this time?
Mr. Mayor, I guess I wonder, do I ask him questions?
So at this point, it's questions for staff. There'll be questions for Mr. Staglin, our engineer. Then the applicant will be presenting. Questions should be directed to the applicant at that time. Then we'll be opening up a public hearing. You'll be hearing from those in favor, those neutral, and those opposed. And then there will be the potential for rebuttal from the applicant if there's any information. No new information should be discussed during rebuttal. And then we will close the public hearing.
So I'm wondering if my questions are for Bill or for.
Give it a shot.
Okay. Samuelson connectivity, could you show me on the map?
Sure.
And that road will be more traffic with Amazon, and that's going to be what you're going to talk about, I suppose.
If you
The
want to talk about,
crosswalk.
if you want to talk about a crosswalk, I think it's probably best we have Brandon up here.
Okay, yeah.
I think it's really a public right of way issue that's
Okay.
kind of in his domain, but should there be other questions for me, I'm close by. Thank you.
Oh, well, wait, then come back.
Got more questions.
I guess I'm not finished with you then.
Okay.
Who talks about the electricity? Like we had talked about doing electric lines underground. Is that something that's happening on this project or?
That's another good question for our city engineer. Yeah.
Okay.
Things that reside in the right of way and utilities, things like that are going to
Okay.
be.
Okay, how about in our comp plan, since you've quoted comp plan several times.
Mhm.
Up like I wanted. Yes, view sheds
Yes.
on page 124 of the comp plan talks about view sheds. I'm confused and concerned about view sheds. I know, so I guess I wonder the height of what will be built in there. I have noticed and mentioned before, I believe, to the mayor, that when you drive on Woodland now, that Amazon building blocks a nice view of the hills to the east. And I wonder about the people living up on the ridge up there, how much they have lost. I've lost just driving through there. I mean, what was an open field, and I get it, I get that it's going to be developed. But is there anything, so I guess what are the heights of the businesses that will be building there?
Great question. And since it's in the comp plan, I think we all should be concerned about that because that naturally translates into how we'd like to see our built environment perform. Tonight, though, we're not looking at buildings. It's just
Okay.
actual subdivision of property.
Okay.
But the zone district does allow for a certain height. We don't have any other mechanism in the code presently that would prevent anybody from going to the maximum that's allowed unless it was encumbered by the airport, for example, and had some kind of a restriction that way.
Right.
So there's no specific math that has to be performed as relates to standing on a portion of the property or the right of way as it looks to views. View sheds, when they're well defined and they're articulated from certain vantage points, can be further regulated. But a generic statement of view sheds are important isn't it enough for somebody to act on that statement in a comp plan because it hasn't translated down to your zoning regulations yet? It really needs to be in your zoning regulations. And if it's something that the city's concerned about, which obviously it is because it's in the comp plan, additional work needs to be brought to bear on what that means and get in the specifics of it.
Because I am confused on the map of the view sheds, how that interacts with people doing other things besides standing on Bald Mountain.
Right. There, you have naturally on any site development, you're going to have setbacks. In downtown, that's going to be right at the property line, right back a sidewalk. In a place like an industrial area, you're going to be set back further from the right of way. So that if given a building height of the same height, it's going to be less of an impedance on the view shed in an industrial area than it would commercial, just by virtue of that setback. But a lot goes into it. What's the allowable height, things like that. So in as much as it's not a subdivision issue tonight, if it's something of concern, and again, it's in your comp plan, so it should be, more work would need to be done to kind of hone in on that so that we're mindful of that policy as we look at development.
So will this be more when people rent a building or occupy?
When you
or-
build it, I mean, you could write rules in your zoning ordinance that have an additional scrutiny as it relates to view sheds. And what that looks like could take many, many forms. It's just not there today.
Okay.
And it wouldn't be something you'd apply typically at a subdivision stage. It's really when you go vertical with development through a site plan review, maybe a conditional use permit, or certainly a building permit if it's a by right
And
issue.
those are the things I'm learning. Also the dark sky regulations in there.
That's right.
Those buildings out there, if they end up in the Amazon building too, I don't know.
So I have to give
All the
credit
light.
to my predecessors and the staff that's working today as it relates to dark sky. Every single permit that I look at, that's a site plan permit or a conditional use permit, makes reference to the dark sky ordinance, and it's a requirement of the building permit. They demonstrate that they're going to be compliant. People follow up on it too, which has been delightful.
So that's just not on this.
That's
No.
correct. It's
Okay.
really a
Okay, thank you.
different set of rules for a different set of
And to answer your question, Councilwoman Duquette, City Code 934, Table 2 establishes the height in the IG
Okay, and
zone,
that's what I did not.
which is 45 feet, 65 when building sits greater than 200 feet from the exterior boundary of the IG zone. But the airport overlay zone limitations may also apply.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead,
Hey,
Councilman.
Bill, thank you very much, and thank you to all the planning and zoning, your job, Jason's job, everybody. It's great to look back on this. You guys ferreted out a lot of the information here. Just a couple quick questions. Can you speak a little bit to the reciprocal access easement between the different lots?
Yeah, I can. I think right now there's a base standard of an acre. That's the size. And I thought about this when I saw the regulation that subdivision came in. I said, "Oh my goodness, they didn't meet the minimum lot size." That's an easy comment. And then I went further in the ordinance and say, "Oh well, there's this carve out." And I think what the carve out rules were intended to create was a sense of a business park setting. And that can take many, many forms. I think that's what it would try to arrive at, that you could go down in size, allow ownership of property, provided that you had these connections between these two properties such that it could take on the feel of a larger business park. I believe that's what that provision is intended to achieve. Get off the right of way, experience a mini business park setting. And I think that's what the ordinance was striving for. Now, I'm guessing, but that's my best read of what that's intended to do.
So, and I agree as well too, but when I was looking at it, excuse me, let me pull up mine. So I think originally in the planning and zoning, we had, if you just take a lot 1 and lot 2 had a shared parking access between the two of them. But there is the opportunity for one owner to own multiple lots, let's say
That's right.
5 lots, right?
That's right.
And so now you've got, I guess the hope would be that you have one large parking lot for 5 that's shared amongst those buildings, or you'd have one lot for 1 and 2, and then a lot for 3, 4, and 5. You know, it gets a little kooky with the odd number there.
It does. And moreover, you'll notice that there isn't reciprocal access throughout the whole of it. It's just groupings. The question that I asked myself, was that code compliant or not? It's hard for me to guess what the future business owners might want or not want. Was it code compliant? In my estimation, it was. Is it the outcome we're looking for? We can certainly talk about that this evening. And if council wishes to have and expand those reciprocal access easements across the frontage of all of it, I'm sure that's something that the developer property owner might want to share his vision as well. But in terms of just basic code compliance, I couldn't say that it didn't comply.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Howard.
Hi, Bill. Real quick, again, thank you for the Planning and Zoning Commission. I watched all the video today. You guys did a great job ferrying out a lot of the questions. Could you pull up the picture of the plat? My question is around traffic, and I know you guys talked about a traffic study was done. Now with Amazon coming in, they have a road that'll be intersecting Woodland. Is this Commerce Drive? Is that the name of the new proposed drive?
That's
here?
correct.
Commerce Drive will be hitting that, and is it Samuelson to the east on the north side?
That's correct.
I guess one question is, why aren't we aligning the roads so that we don't have multiple intersections north and south? And my second question is, I know you did a traffic study. When would it trigger the need for a light?
Okay.
Given that you have now Amazon, Samuelson, Commerce, all within close proximity to each other, what would trigger the need for a light?
So as we'll learn together over time, when we're looking at subdivisions, most of these questions that come up are really going to be in the engineering domain, because that's just naturally what occurs on subdivision. The planning and zoning piece is relatively pedestrian. So I'm going to let Brandon, explain to you a little bit about how, why the bifurcated intersections and what our traffic studies tell us about demand on this roadway, such that you need a new facility like a traffic signal or something else to control it. I will say that absent a common ownership, when the first property owner comes in, and absent a plan that specifies this, when the first property owner comes in, kind of sets the pace for the rest, irrespective of where property lines might lie across the street. It gets difficult to adjudicate that without an adopted plan or common ownership. It's not a perfect scenario. So staff does the best it can to realign driveways and have them align. It's not always possible. So I don't know the whole history of this area, but I venture to guess that when the property to the north came in, it was most productive for them, efficient for them to put it where it was, and whatever happens on the south happens. Keeping in mind that this property could have, Jason, if you scroll up a little bit there, keeping in mind that there's not a prohibition to putting the driveway right across, right? It just gets down to efficiency. It gets down to perhaps arrangements that the property owner had with the developers of the Amazon project. I can tell you what was explored, but I think I'll let Brandon kind of jump in, because this is really his domain. But it's a great question. And absolutely, we should be asking that every time a subdivision comes in, 100%.
Okay, I'll hold my questions then and
Thank you.
hear from Brandon. Thank you.
Brandon, do you want to provide any comments on that question?
So the question is, when do we require stoplights? Is that?
Yeah, given now a lot more traffic coming in and 3 different intersections on Woodland, what would trigger that necessity?
So what the traffic study primarily does is it anticipates the traffic that's generated from developments.
Mhm.
And they're required to look at all existing and proposed intersections in the network that would be impacted. And in this case, it's several of them in the area. We grade what we call level of service, A, B, C, D, F. We have a minimum level of service. If you have an acceptable level of service and then the traffic study shows that the development drops it below the minimum, then you have to build some sort of, doesn't necessarily, it's not always a traffic signal, but some sort of transportation improvement in order to keep the network at a minimum level of service.
So by your answer, are you suggesting that we didn't tip over into that category that would require some sort of traffic management there?
That's right. So the results of the traffic study that were submitted did not show intersections being dropped below minimum level of service, which is really typical actually for our network. We don't have a lot of intersections existing in our network that are close. There's only a handful of them that are even close to being below the minimum level of service.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff at this time? Hearing,
I did ask
Oh.
the electrical question.
go, did,
Who do I ask? Oh,
Brandon,
the engineer.
Councilwoman Duquette, any questions about electrical?
Right, are electric lines now going underground like we had put in the comp planners book of for new developments like that?
I don't know the answer to that. Vista, I think, provides electrical,
Right.
and so we're not the provider, so they just work with them. When they're building the infrastructure, so I don't know the answer to that.
So that is nothing the city that's out there that,
Well, I don't know that I'm not aware that it's in the comp plan. I might have missed that part, but I'm not sure if that is a mechanism that allows us to require underground
okay.
power on.
I thought I remembered talking about that when we did the comp plan. We talked about underground power.
I would, Councilwoman Duquette, might be a good question for the applicant, and then, of course, or maybe Holly
Oh,
knows.
okay, Holly, thanks.
Holly Oss, Public Works Director. I can't speak for Northern Lights, but Avista does have a policy that all of their new infrastructure is underground.
Okay.
I would suspect it'd be the same for Northern Lights. It's very modernized today. So it's just existing poles that remain up. Any new infrastructure is underground. It's their standard.
So would this development qualify for that then?
It would be new infrastructure, so it would be underground.
Oh.
All of the new infrastructure. Existing, they don't have plans to underground, but anything new
New, and
gets
this would
built
be new.
underground.
Okay,
Yes.
great.
You'll see that on the plat, there are utility easements on either side of the right of way, in addition to the 60-foot right of way. So that's typically where that underground infrastructure would go.
Okay. What about crosswalks? If that is, what about lights at crosswalks? You know, the pedestrian, is that part of this whole thing? If you put it,
No.
if we put a crosswalk, would it be, how do you get it so that it's a pedestrian push to allow safe crossing?
Well, we don't require it on all crosswalks.
No, but when do we require it? If it's a busy street, if it gets busy with traffic, when is that an option? Is that something we can ask to have added?
You can ask to have anything added.
Okay. When do we do that?
In this process, you would maybe ask the applicant if they have any plans for it,
Okay.
and then after we've close that, or you could ask the applicant if they have any objection to assessing whether you're thinking about a rapid flashing beacon or something like that.
Yeah, just that when it does become used and bought and developed, if we are putting a crosswalk, it seems like that's a street we might want one of the buttons
Mhm.
that you push, so
So
people,
in terms of process, you could question the applicant about their thoughts on that, and then pending legal comment, you could potentially make that a condition of subdivision
Okay.
if legal agrees with that.
What I would remind council of with regards to amended conditions at this stage, no single council member can direct changes. Your deliberations will require you to have enough of a conversation to assess whether or not you have consensus on that change.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
Yeah, I guess I did have a follow-up question about that crosswalk. So in the staff report, it said that it wasn't advised to have a crosswalk across Woodland because there's no sidewalk on the other side. In fact, it's a drainage ditch, and that totally makes sense to me. But then it occurred to me that if the crosswalk was moved so it didn't align with the new street, but aligned with the existing street, Samuelson, there is sidewalk running almost all the way to Woodland on that street, as well as what appeared to be, when I drove by today, a bus shelter. Is that accurate, that there's?
No, but there's not sidewalk running almost all the way to Woodland. It's 200 feet away. So
Okay,
if we did a crosswalk at Samuelson and Woodland as a condition of this project, you wouldn't have connectivity on the other side of the street.
okay,
So we would be adding a ramp that directed people with visibility issues to cross the street, and then there would be nowhere for them to go
okay,
on the other side of the street. So that's why in the staff report, it was a comment adopted by the pedestrian and bicycle committee
Mhm.
officially. So the staff report was addressing that comment.
sure,
We are required to comply with PROAG, which is the public right-of-way accessibility guidelines.
Mhm.
It's if most people are familiar with the Americans with Disability Act, which is primarily based on private property and within the building and sidewalk connections out to the right of way. The federal government just recently adopted specific accessibility guidelines for public infrastructure, which we're required to comply with. And in my interpretation of PROAG, you're not supposed to put a ramp without a connection on the other side of the street to the pedestrian network. So the goal, in my opinion, would be to once the development on the other side of Woodland gets developed, then install a crosswalk connecting the sidewalk on both sides.
excellent, thank you. And do you know whether that is a bus shelter that's there on the east, I guess, northeast corner of Samuelson and Woodland?
Yeah, it's kind of a like a rogue bus shelter. My understanding, it was built before I was in this position, but my understanding was it was just built without approval.
Okay,
Somebody just went out and built it. So I don't know if it gets used. I'm not familiar with it. It might be a good question for Spot to see if the people are actually using that.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff before we hear from the applicant?
Just quickly,
Go ahead,
Brandon,
Councilwoman.
is there a sidewalk on Samuelson?
There's a multi-use trail on the west side of Samuelson that runs almost the entire
I thought.
way.
So that
But the
would,
southern, like the last southern 200 feet is undeveloped property that's hasn't been developed yet, so we haven't required
okay,
sidewalk.
thank you.
This city code requires that they build sidewalk or, sidewalk or a multi-use path. It would probably be an extension of that 10 to 12-foot wide multi-use path the rest of the way, and then either sidewalk or a multi-use path along Woodland along the whole frontage of that undeveloped property.
Because there was discussion on the planning and zoning meeting of sidewalk connectivity through that area, I thought, not through the Samuelson, but through the part we're talking about, the plat now. Was that not so? Some,
The question is, was sidewalk connectivity talked about
yes,
internal to the site?
yes.
Yeah, so there's sidewalks on all the new internal roads on both sides of the street.
Okay,
There's a mid-block crosswalk at halfway between Woodland and this new east-west stub out street that's shown on your drawings. It's at the driveway to the Amazon property, and then there's a crosswalk at the new intersection of Commerce and Industrial or Innovative or whatever that's called.
cross through that
Yeah,
to the west.
yeah, and then sidewalks on both sides of all the new streets.
Okay, that's what I thought so there would be sidewalk connectivity to the crosswalk across Woodland on that side, south side.
Yeah, but not on the other side.
Okay, gotcha.
Any other questions for staff?
Mr.
Councilman
Mayor?
Kreber, recognized?
Yeah, I guess my last question is that irrevocable right-of-way dedication. Is that something that you've seen before? Is that?
Yeah, actually, we did it on the short plat that carved this Amazon property off from the other, from what we're looking at right now. So
Okay.
on the Great Northern side, there's a irrevocable offer of right-of-way dedication to move the intersection of Great Northern and Woodland further away from the railroad tracks.
Okay, so it is a well-recognized way to accomplish transportation goals.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me that if we don't need the right of way right now, we don't actually dedicate it and then are required to maintain a grass portion of right of way. Like we get the right of way when we actually need it to accomplish our transportation goals.
I would argue it still pays taxes too.
Excellent, thank you.
Excellent. Applicant, please tell us about this project.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Drew Dittman with Lake City in 26 East Poplar Avenue in the city of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, for the record. Do appreciate staff and their efforts in this and Planning and Zoning Commission as well. We got a lot of stuff going on. Appreciate Bill and his staff report. He covered a lot of stuff, so I'm not gonna duplicate what he covered, but if there's lots of questions or any questions, please feel free to ask. Again, we've got about a 15 and let me back up. This is actually phase 2 of the Great Northern Project. Phase 1 was a short plat that we had done to actually create the Amazon parcel in the corner. We did that through the short plat process because that's obviously a much faster process to go through than the long plat process, so that we could create that lot to get Amazon going. They were in a hurry to get going. So this is actually phase 2 of it. And through that short plat process, some of those road locations were kind of dictated with Commerce Drive going north-south and the east-west road based on Amazon and what their layouts looked like, site development looked like. And so that's why the roads are kind of fixed the way they were. So this is really the second phase of this project. It's about 15 and a half acres. We're proposing 21 industrial lots. We've shown 2 phases on our preliminary subdivision. And Bill had talked about the lot sizes being a half acre to 3/4 of an acre, which is a little bit less than the 1 acre that's required in the industrial zone. But we are providing that reciprocal cross parking easement, and that runs the entire length of that Commerce Drive and covers all of the lots. So there will be, and there's a little example, and I don't know if Jason showed that, but of how that would work, where you would have a kind of a shared access that could come in to multiple parking lots. That was in that plat that we submitted to show how that would work and accomplish that feat. We do feel that it's consistent with the zoning. This plat is consistent with the zoning ordinance and the comp plan. Bill talked about the comp plan, so I won't go into that. He did discuss the road that's currently being built by Amazon Commerce Drive there, and we are working with those folks to make sure that that does meet city standards and will be built to city standards, and obviously built to the needs that we need for our development as well. So we're working directly with those folks to make sure that does happen. Let's see, Bill went through the irrevocable offer of dedication of right of way. We actually did do that with the Amazon Great Northern. That's why you have that curve that you see in there. The city didn't need that right of way today, but we've offered it for future needs when they do need it. So that is a tried and true process. We've done it before, not only on this project, but we've used that on other projects as well. in certain circumstances like this. So there are now 9 conditions, draft conditions of approval, I think 1 through 8. Obviously, we're agreeable to 9. We've kind of talked about a little bit at length, and that's the crosswalk at Samuelson. And there are a couple of issues with that. Like Brandon had said, there's no receiving ramp on the north side, so it's kind of hard of us to build a crosswalk that goes nowhere. That wouldn't necessarily meet the federal guidelines, the PROAG guidelines. So I'm not sure we necessarily agree with that. We're willing to help in any way we can, but we don't want to create a traffic or a safety issue by forcing pedestrians to nowhere. So I guess with that, a lot's been covered, so I will stand for any questions that you have. Oh, Mr. Cliff Mort is here. He represents Big Creek Land Company. He's a developer, so if you have any questions that he might answer, he's more than welcome to come up and answer those as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Dittman. Council members, start off. Do you have any questions for the applicant or Mr. Mort? Would you like to say anything at this time? You don't have to. Oh, sorry.
In the record, what Mr. Welker just handed out to the council members is just the written form of the draft conditions that were read into the record by City Planner Bill Dean.
Thank you, legal counsel. Any questions for the applicant at this time?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilwoman Duquette.
this is a curiosity question. Tell me if I'm out of order. What sort of business do you expect in there?
So all sorts of things. We've done very similar projects in the Coeur d'Alene area, Hayden area, Rathdrum area with quite some success. And that's kind of why we've wanted to go down to that half-acre lot size, because it does provide some flexibility. Somebody may come in and want a half acre, and then great, we've got the lot for you. They may also want to come in and they want an acre. They want an acre and a half. So we have the flexibility. They could buy 3 lots and then they have that. So you may get some incubator startup businesses. You may get an electrician in there. You may get a plumbing company in there. You may get some small warehousing in there. It really provides a lot of flexibility by offering that half-acre lot size. We found, based on our experience on similar projects, that really works well for a project like this.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question.
Mr. Mayor.
So just looking at the breakout on the phases, so phase 1 is going to come down to like lot 7. I presume you'll do a temporary hammerhead turnaround or something like
We
that.
do either a hammerhead or a radius turnaround there for sure. Correct.
And just not knowing the future, if it stopped at phase 1, has there been any discussion or thought on, do you restrict the sale of that final lot until there's an alternative? I know Amazon has an entrance there too, and I would assume that could be used as a turnaround. It looks like it's within the distance.
It could be, yeah. We haven't quite figured that out, and we can staff to figure that out when the time is right.
Cool. Good.
Anything else for me?
Go ahead, Council President Roll.
I'm not sure if it's appropriate staff question or appropriate applicant question. I'm trying to feel out, do we need to have dedication for a crosswalk? My thought process is to set ourselves up to have that, but maybe wait for the property across the road to develop so that we are not disallowing it, but not necessarily requiring it until there's somewhere to go. But I'm not sure how that happens, if that's a question for Bill. He's kind of looking at me.
And Council President Rule, you're specific on Woodland you're talking about?
Yes, the crossing and draft condition 9, so.
I'm going to defer to Bill because he looks like he's got an answer.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Do we want to hold off questions for staff until the applicant's done? I think that would not confuse things. So any other questions for the applicant at this time? They will have a chance to rebut any information that comes up. Thank you very much, Mr. Dittman.
Mr. Mayor, I would hold off further questions for staff until after the public hearing.
Excellent, excellent. All right, moving on. We will now move on to the public hearing on this item. I will recite the order and procedures for the public hearing. And that is the opening of the public hearing. And this is the time the public may provide testimony. Those who wish to testify are required to complete a sign-up sheet. If a council member wishes to ask a question of the person testifying, those questions need to be posed before the person returns to their seat. The order for those who wish to speak will be those in favor, those neutral, and those opposed. Following that public comment, we will have rebuttal testimony from the applicant and their representative. Final questions may be asked of the applicant at that time. However, if new facts are elicited, the public will be given an opportunity to comment on these new facts. The public hearing will then be closed for deliberations. No new information may be provided after the hearing is closed, and any questions may be directed only to city staff during deliberations. For the record, any written comments received were included in the meeting packet or otherwise provided to council if received in time to do so. So at this time, I will yield the floor. No, we are going to proceed with the public hearing. So I will first call on those who wish to testify in support of this application. I guess we will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak in support?
Mr. Mayor, no one has signed up to speak regarding this matter at all.
Excellent. So I assume that's no one anywhere, support, neutral, or in opposition. If you can confirm that, I will then proceed.
Mr. Mayor, that is my understanding. I do not have any
Okay.
sign-up sheets.
Does the applicant wish to offer any rebuttal testimony to any of the comments made by the public, which were none? This will be the applicant's final opportunity. Hearings, okay, excellent. I will now close the public hearing. Council may ask questions of staff during deliberation. Just as a reminder that per staff report, council may take one of the following actions in accordance with Sandpoint City Code. One, concur with the recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Commission if their findings are deemed accurate and correct, and grant the application. And where action requires an ordinance to be adopted by council, proceed according to Idaho Codes Section 50-902. To postpone consideration of the application consistent with the commission and its advisors and staff so that within 40 days after the hearing, the commission's recommendations and the application shall be approved conditionally or approved or deny the application. Council, at this point, please deliberate. Any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Council President Rule.
same question.
President, thank you so much for the question. For the record, Bill Dean, City Planner. Regarding the opportunity to achieve a crosswalk now, one way you could word the condition that provides an opportunity for the future across Woodland would be to write a condition that's more or less worded as follows. Prior to approval of any final plat, the developer shall submit engineering drawings for a crosswalk across Woodland to Samuelson and provide an estimate in 50% funding. And that way, when the development comes into the north, we've got 50% funding in engineer drawings, and we're that much further along in being able to do it.
Okay, thank you. I would turn to my council to see if they're amendable to changing that number 9. I'd say it
Any council discussion?
seems like it makes more sense to do it that way. Thank you.
I
Okay,
would concur.
Yeah, it makes no sense to put a crosswalk to nowhere.
okay. So if we can maybe come up with that wording, I will trust staff can do that. And as we've said that on the record, is that correct, Fonda?
Yeah, when you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for staff on this item? Okay, as such, I guess a question for legal. So it looks like in terms of a reason statement and decision, the concurrence with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the staff report is sufficient. Do you feel that we've had robust and sufficient
concurrent with the findings identified in the staff report related to the standards of approval. So I'd be very specific in your motion that you are adopting the findings as outlined by staff in relationship to each standard of approval.
Thank you, legal counsel.
Remember, you'll have a written decision that will come back to you for approval at the next meeting.
So I would entertain a motion. There is a motion. I can,
So moved. We have to read all that.
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna.
Unless Mr. Mayor would like to recite a.
yeah, there we go.
Okay, yeah.
Sure. So the council may take one of the following actions. We'll start with, in accordance with Sandpoint City Code 999B. The first would be to concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission if said commission's finding is deemed accurate and correct, and grant the application, and where action requires an ordinance to be adopted by the city council, proceed according to Idaho Code Section 5902 with added conditions 4, 5, 6, 7, with conditions through condition 9 as presented during this hearing.
And I would add, as per worded by City Planner Bill Dean on condition number 9 for 50% of the crosswalk to be done in the future.
Yeah, you don't have to restate it because it can be located within the record.
Okay, perfect.
And that's a motion as I read and you.
So moved.
Second? Second by council, motion by Rule, second by Dick. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Howard,
Yes.
Counselor Sprow,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Wolf.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and to Mr. Moore, thank you for your investment in our community. Next is the public hearing and decision on a recommendation to Bonner County for elimination of Sandpoint's area of impact. Again, if you wish to testify, please complete a sign-up form and hand it to staff. Because this is not a quasi-judicial hearing, if there are members of the public on Zoom who wish to speak, we will take remote testimony on this matter. We will begin with a staff presentation followed by council questions. Then we will open the hearing for public testimony. After the public hearing has been closed, we will proceed with the deliberation and a decision. I will now yield the floor to Community Development Director Jason Welker.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Mayor. This is our fourth public hearing on the area of city impact since March. A little bit of background. Our comprehensive plan, which we embarked on in 2019, envisioned dramatically reducing the size of our area of city impact, which you can see. It's actually our current area of city impact on the left there. The pink outline encompasses 12.4 square miles of land. You can see it stretches partway up the Little Sand Creek watershed up the side of Baldy Mountain, well up Baldy Mountain Road. You can see the city limits of Sandpoint and Dover and just the west side of Ponderay there on the right side of that map. Our current area of city impact is quite large. And in the comprehensive planning process that we started in 2019 and completed in July of 2024, I don't have it, well, it might be in this previous, no, I didn't include it in the staff report, but we did draw kind of a squiggly line within a 2-mile boundary of city limits because we understood that there was pretty much zero chance that there would be any annexation up to the pink boundaries that you see on the left there. And I'm not going to show you the code. It's quite a long section of state code. But the gist of it is that in 2024, July, the state adopted new language. Actually, I will show you really quick.
Are you looking for the very likely to annex? With
Yeah, that's what I was going to show. I got to share a different screen here for you. So let me stop sharing and I'll share again. Share the whole screen. So I'll just show you what was included. Yep, you can see I already searched for it. Very likely, this is the language that was added to state law that has kind of thrown a wrench in our plans to reduce the size of our area of city impact. So you can see that there's all this criteria around the establishment of an area of impact for cities in Idaho. One of them at the very top here is what exactly is the area of impact intended for? Just to highlight this, and this was, brought up in our first public hearing on this back in March. Area of impact does not extend the jurisdiction of cities beyond our city limits. It's really just a planning tool that allows cities to receive notice of and provide comment on development proposals within that boundary. From the county, of course, the unincorporated county that surrounds the city. So there was, at one point, the reason I went back to 2019 was that when we started our comprehensive planning process, and those of you who were on council back then remember, there was some discussion at the council level of revising our area of city impact, reducing its size, and working with Bonner County so that we could have more oversight of the type of development pattern that took place in that area of city impact. For example, if a new subdivision came along, we could even hope to perhaps require infrastructure be developed to city standards in that new subdivision, in the anticipation of someday that being annexed into the city and then that infrastructure being our responsibility to maintain. Well, the update to state law in 2024 really removed any potential for that sort of jurisdictional overreach, you could call it. So I just highlighted this language for you here. While cities should receive notice of and may provide input on applications brought to the county in an area of impact, cities do not govern or control decisions on those applications. So that was really emphasized in the update to code. Furthermore, this code required that areas of impact be reduced to that 2-mile boundary, meaning that a large portion of our existing area of city impact was outside that 2-mile boundary. And finally, the language I wanted to highlight for you, to do my Control F again here. We'll go down to very likely. In addition, if you read this, in addition to the criteria set forth in paragraph A of this subsection, an area of impact shall not exceed the areas that are very likely to be annexed in the city within the next 5 years. Okay, that was the language that really jumped out at our county commissioners when we brought, and I'll show my screen again from the proposal that was brought to the county commissioners. Wrong slide. Back in June, we brought the proposal that you see on the right, a revised area of impact that technically complied with the new state law. You can see those kind of jagged lines along the west side are to comply with the state law that says no parcel recognized by the county shall be split in an area of impact. So we basically followed a very simple principle. We said, let's include areas that are within 2 miles of city limits, which this is well within 2 miles, and any areas that are currently being served by municipal water through the Syringa Water District, the Edelweiss Water District, the Northside Water District. So it can somewhat be justified for the city to have some input on development where that development is likely to be served by city water. And then let's use some sort of natural geographical boundaries to kind of determine what we can include in those proposed areas. So we basically went out to Upland Drive, and we incorporated properties on both sides of Upland Drive. That's why there's those jagged lines along the west there, and then east to city limits, and north up to Schweitzer Road, and down along Sand Creek. So that was what we brought to the Bonner County Commissioners as a proposal, and in short, they did not accept it. They directed us, the planning staff, to go back and read the state law more carefully and ask ourselves, are we very likely to annex any of these properties within the next 5 years? And the answer is really no, because, and I might ask Fonda to speak about this briefly, but annexation in the state of Idaho is not something that cities typically do. We don't initiate annexation. Annexation is requested by property owners. So might some of these properties be annexed into the city of Sandpoint in the next 5 years? Sure, but it's not likely that the city's going to initiate annexation of any of these properties. If a property owner within any area adjacent to existing city limits that's required for annexation were to request to be annexed, that's something that could be brought to the council and brought to the Bonner County Board of Commissioners. But we couldn't honestly look at the commissioners and say, we as a city are very likely to engage in annexation of these properties. And I don't have a new graphic for you because it wouldn't show anything. The new proposal is just to eliminate our area of impact altogether. That's not to say that there absolutely can't be any annexation in the next 5 years. Another stipulation in the updated law is that at any time a city can propose to amend its area of impact and bring that proposal to the Board of Commissioners. So if we did sense that there was, a need to expand or to grow beyond our existing city limits, or there were some property owners west of town that wished to be annexed, The first step in that process would be to modify our area of impact in the future, bring that modification to the Bonner County Commissioners, incorporate that area, those properties into our AI, and then initiate the annexation process. But that's basically my report and update for you tonight, is that the proposal is to take the directive of our county commissioners and bring back a realistic proposal, which is simply to eliminate our area of impact at this time.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Director Welker. Questions, Madam President?
Yes, Director Welker. How will we then get notification or have input on anything that is happening within the county? There's no process then to do that once we eliminate our area of impact, correct?
There's no process now with the modification to the state code as it exists. So under the previous area of city impact code and the rights that cities had within their area of city impact, as well as their exclusive tier, they had an obligation to provide us notice. There is no requirement that we receive any notice for development on the border, on the exterior borders of our boundaries at this point, even if we did have an
An area
area.
of city. So they changed that, but there's still the line is present that says we can have input, we just can't govern.
If they provide us notice.
But there's no pathway
we-
for that. They removed it.
Well, one thing, if you chose to deny this proposal or recommendation and have staff go back and create a smaller area of impact, the only way to accomplish the goal of receiving notice would be to have an intergovernmental agreement with Bonner County requiring them to do so. But then the question would be, to what end? Because we don't have any authority unless we contractually obtain it from them to govern any planning decisions within the area of impact anyways. This is, I believe, an unintended or maybe intended consequence of these code changes, annexation simultaneous with area of impact. And as Director Welker kind of alluded to, if you do eliminate your area of impact, which I completely understand why this recommendation is coming forward, any property owner or owners who come and wish to be annexed, that are contiguous with city boundaries and wish to be annexed, cannot and will not be able to apply for annexation until we amend that area of impact with the county, because they can't ask to be annexed if they're not in the area of impact, and we won't have one. So it will add an extra step if any property owners do wish to be annexed. But if you remember our last public hearing, just for the record, where we talked about the annexation statute in Idaho code changed at the same time as this area of impact statute. And the annexation statute virtually eliminated the cities. There's very limited circumstances where a city would do a forced annexation initiation, and these are all going to be driven by individual property owners.
And Councilwoman Rule, thank you, Fonda. Even though we wouldn't be required to get notice, I will give two examples when we would get notice. One, if the property was within 300 feet of property we own. So if something within 300 feet, a foot of, say, the Ballfoot property, were being advertised for a public hearing, we'd get notice. And this is for a variance I did today before for a private client. They're even noticing the city of Sandpoint. There's an exhaustive list, probably 50 different entities that the county is now regularly noticing for any development or public hearing application in the county. So it appears we're on that list and we're getting noticed on presumably even this variance I just did today via email.
I can confirm that. I'd say on average, 5 to 10 notices a week come to the planning email at City Hall.
In the county.
When I first started, I was like, oh, wow, there's a lot of development happening in our area of city impact, but they're actually noticing us for development going on all over Bonner County. And we as a agency are welcome to weigh in on that, and they can take our feedback as they like at the county level.
Okay, so that was the ultimate answer that I wanted to understand. Even if it's only voluntary on their part, I just feel like it's, if we're going to be good neighbors and we look at this in a perfect world way, which I know it is not, some of our staff may have experience and see something that the county staff doesn't see that could be detrimental to either one of the governments or both. So I'm glad that we are getting notification, even if there are times where we have no comment at all. So thank you.
I would probably conclude just by saying that over our 4 now hearings, the first hearing was one of the most crowded planning and zoning meetings we've ever had here. There are probably 40 or 50 members of the public here with great anxiety about the proposal to shrink our area of impact. Ironically, I think just bringing it to their attention that they were already in our area of impact got people really concerned. And we've received to date probably around 25 letters from residents of our proposed area of impact, all of them opposed to being included in the area of impact. So we haven't seen any desire from any current residents of that proposed area to remain in or to be in an area of impact. So I think the elimination of the area of impact has general support among the residents of that area.
Okay, thank you.
Do councilors have any other questions for staff at this time?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
It's my understanding that the county did approve Hope and Clark Fork and maybe Ponderay, their area of impact. Do we have any indication what the difference was, why they denied ours and approved theirs?
I did. The only one of the planners I've spoken to was Claire Marley, the planner for Dover, the contract planner for Dover. Dover was likewise told to shrink their area of impact, but their planning team and planning commission and city council are not proposing total elimination, but they have some sewer mains and infrastructure master plans that actually show the extension of sewer and water outside of their current city limits. So it's quite justified that they imminently plan to extend services outside of city limits. So it is likely that Dover is intending to annex property beyond their city limits. So they are, my understanding is that they're going through this right now as well, because they were like us, sent back to reduce their proposed area. But they're not planning to totally eliminate it because they have some capital improvement plans that call for extension of infrastructure outside of the current city limits. We do not. I will be honest, it was a 6-hour meeting that day, and I didn't read through and see the outcome for the smaller cities in Bonner County.
Do any of Dover's plans include that disputed area?
No, I do not believe so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The county commissioners ordered that regardless of how our shrunken maps end up, both Dover and Sandpoint were ordered to take that particular property out of our areas of impact.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Howard, did you have some questions?
Yes, just a real quick question. Assuming if we approve this, are there any negative ramifications to Sandpoint if we eliminate the area of impact?
It's really, in my opinion, Councilman Howard, it's somewhat toothless as it stood before. It simply gave us a formal notification and a tolling period to provide comment on development. It was pretty toothless, in my opinion. We've made comments throughout the years that have been just ignored. The real benefit of it was that we could have said, hey, our new street right-of-way standard is 50 feet. If this is ever coming into the city, we want this development to be compliant, please make it 50 foot, something along those lines, or please reserve a water line easement or a sewer line easement. So in my opinion, the fact that it was so toothless and wasn't really supported, I don't see any negative ramifications, but Jason or Bill may have, or Fawn.
I can tell you with some of the other cities that I work with, one of the benefits to an area of impact in areas that are urbanizing faster than Sandpoint is it gives a buffer. So when you have cities racing across a large vast of land towards each other, you can kind of protect your jurisdictional boundaries with your area of impact. It's your buffer from another city being on top of you. And so that is a conversation in other larger urbanizing areas. I don't see it as much of a threat for Sandpoint as I've seen there.
Bill's going to speak in just quickly, but this came up in very early on, like last summer when we first met with the County Planning Commission in the area. I don't think Bill was working at the city this time. And there was an interesting perspective expressed by the contract planner for the city of Priest River. They're interested in maintaining their area of city impact. But I don't think the new state law actually allows them to do what they were hoping to do through that. But that was to maintain a rural buffer between what otherwise might be a denser pattern of development allowed by the county. So we often think of, like, if you look at the Rathdrum Prairie, for example, there's this race to gobble up land, and then what happens, a cookie cutter subdivision comes along and they quickly develop that land with new subdivisions. But in Bonner County, where, we see the growth concentrated in the cities, but the county sometimes allows a denser level of subdivision and development than the cities would like to see on their immediate urban boundaries. So that's a possible downside, but honestly, the code doesn't allow us to do that anyway. So even if we maintained our area of impact, that doesn't provide us any buffer because we have no jurisdiction in our area of impact.
And I'll just make a brief comment. I think it's a great question of, what are the downsides? As much as I may disagree with the short-sightedness of as a city planner, taking away a planning tool, I think what's the one downside is that, planning starts with a conversation, where we engage as a community to talk about what it is we want for our future. And I think what stirs the imagination is looking past your boundaries and having a tool, a framework to attach ideas to is something that's going to be missed. It's a powerful tool to be able to begin that conversation. It can lead to a lengthy conversation across time, across generations even, of what you want your area to become. And when you take that tool away, you begin to lose that narrative and that ability. It's not easy to restart and rekindle that. And I think that's just something that's lost, because it's like with historic preservation, there's a piece to the past you're trying to carry forward, and you miss that when you take that tool away and that boundary away that says, this is the context in which we sit. So that's my comment.
Can I comment? So what I heard from that comment is that you are in favor of an area of impact.
But given the statute,
No, set the statute aside.
right.
We, whether it's toothless or not, we could still keep it or fight for it. What I hear from a planning professional is you would like it because it provides the opportunity for conversation.
It does,
Then why is your recommendation to eliminate it?
because the way the state law is worded.
It's the statute that removed the conversation. It's not the elimination of the area of impact.
Right.
Well,
But we have to find other tools. You have to find other means to do that.
But I go back to the other comments. Other cities around here or municipalities have gotten through their area of impact through Bonner County. So I'm not sure that the statute is limiting us as much as we think it is.
It's like, I think, as Director Welkler said, very likely to annex, and knowing our, and not having anybody support that. Keep in mind also that it should opportunities arise for development based on a property owner interest, we'll just go through the process to achieve that. This is not taking away an outcome. All it's doing is, I think, is removing a tool that leads to good conversation. It doesn't mean outcomes necessarily can be different. It just might be more difficult to rekindle that conversation over time. And so that is something lost. So we have to divine other ways to have that conversation. Doesn't mean we can't have something in our comp plan that talks about how important our surroundings are. It's our document. We can say what we want.
Thank you. And Fonda, a quick question for you. Jason said he interpreted that very likely to annex statement as the city-driven annexation. I don't read it that way.
I think that's how the counties have interpreted it. And the counties are, the unintended consequence of the legislature's action here is because the annexation code changed at the same time and the cities are so limited in their opportunity to annex or do a city-initiated annexation, how would we know, unless their property owners are beating our door down, which property owners right outside of our boundary are very likely to want to annex within the next?
Yeah.
We don't know.
We don't know.
We would have no way of knowing that. And so I think there's a little disconnect. I don't think there's a misinterpretation of the language. I think there's a misunderstanding of where the knowledge would come from and how it would actually occur within the next 5 years.
Got it. Thank you.
Jason, can you bring that map up again? I want to point out an example. As was mentioned, Council, some cities like Star, Idaho, or more around the Boise area, they're growing very quickly. They get requests for annexations maybe every month. So in this map, imagine go north of the fairgrounds there, you can see what if, without an area of impact defining that as ours, Pend Oreille could sweet talk the U of I property up there or some of those other properties off of Bronx and effectively get this area to annex into Pend Oreille, so that, again, the legislation has limited it, but in theory, without an area of impact, we could be surrounded by Pend Oreille if they offer, maybe they have lower impact fees or better services. We could be basically surrounded by Dover and Pend Oreille without an area of impact. So
Just a comment on that, Mr. Mayor. None of Pend Oreille's proposed area of impact crossed the Sand Creek boundary. So first they would have to amend their area of impact to include those properties before they could be annexed into Pend Oreille.
right. But in the absence of any defined area of city impact, area of impact, it's a free-for-all to some degree. And I guess that could be advantageous. We could go try to work on property owners north of Pend Oreille and encourage them to annex into Sandpoint. We could try to surround Pend Oreille, amend our area of impact. And so, yeah, it's an interesting moment. But I think we've heard what we've been asked for from the county commissioners. It still gives us opportunity to talk to their planners and engage with development that occurs there, just not the statutory requirement that they listen to us or give us time to respond.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead,
you
Councilwoman.
mentioned, Jason, the water that we serve outside of our area of our city. Is that an issue at all to not have that be in our area of impact?
You know, I don't think there's anything in the state law that said, areas that are served by municipal water must be included. It was just kind of a principle that we followed when we decided where to establish our area of impact, our proposed area of impact boundary. Well, we might as well start with, where are we already serving, some utilities? And in the case of those water districts, that's City of Sandpoint water that's being distributed outside of city limits. So, does that, I don't know if I answered.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an issue.
There's no
that's
requirement that we
area of
incorporate
impact.
areas that are being served by city utilities.
There's no advantage or disadvantage to us for that because we're serving water.
Not where you're wholesaling to districts. That's a separate conversation from whether or not you have a parcel contiguous to your city boundary, so immediately outside your city boundary, but border that you're serving individually to.
Okay.
That's completely different. Serving outside of your city boundary and including those properties within your area of impact is an element of consideration in a city forced annexation. It's just one of, but it's not when you're wholesaling to a separate
Okay.
utility service.
Okay, thanks.
If there are no other questions, I'd love to now proceed with the public hearing. Excellent. The rules and previously stated for public testimony are still in effect. Public hearing is now open. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak, or are there any hands raised on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. The public hearing is now closed. Council may ask questions of staff during deliberations or proceed with a motion.
Okay, one more question then. What if the county approves a subdivision right up against our boundary that is antithetical to our desires? Nothing, we can't do anything.
I mean, we can comment if we're aware and we have notice. But no, it's county jurisdiction, county's jurisdiction.
We would be limited to agency comment, just the same as the water purveyor or Panhandle Health or all the other agencies. We are limited to agency comment. So we could say, we would really like to see you do X, Y, and Z, but there's no obligation by the county to follow the directive.
Even when it was in our area of impact.
We had a lot more power under the previous
Okay.
statute. And you have to remember, and I think Mr. Mayor hit it right on the head. You have a lot of cities in the South who are racing across this rural land, and the counties got tired of basically having to referee the fights between the cities over their exclusive tier area of city impact. That's what drove this statutory change.
Do council members need a help with the motion, or you?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
I guess I do have just one last question. So knowing that we are already receiving notification about all development in the county, does the planning department intend to continue providing comment to the county on development?
In a situation like what Councilwoman Duquette just described, we certainly would. If we feel like that development has potential to impact our infrastructure, our level of service, our ability to serve in, let's say, a, mutual aid type situation, yeah, we definitely will be monitoring those notices and confer as a team and determine whether or not we should respond in any way.
Okay, thank you.
And I would only add, there is a really interesting provision of Idaho code, not to go down a rabbit hole, 5606, that allows the mayor to have jurisdictional authority over all places within 5 miles of the corporate limits for the enforcement of any health or quarantine ordinance and some other really random things. I'm not sure if we ever want to go down that road, but yeah, that's the only way I think we can exert powers outside of the city. I think it's better to work with the county and ideally at some point start to have more robust conversations with the county planners and county commissioners about how that area develops.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Howard.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend to Bonner County the elimination of Sandpoint's area of impact.
There's a second?
Second.
Motion by Howard, second by Rule. So will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Howard,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Sprow.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Council members, you are doing a great job moving speedily through this agenda. We have one more public hearing. Are you feeling like you're able to proceed before a break?
Yeah, fine.
Okay, we will have a 5-minute recess at 7:17. Meeting reconvening at 7:25 PM. And council, we do have item number 16. We do have some consultants on the line. It shouldn't be a very long discussion and presentation. I would entertain your favor to address item 16 right now. Would any council members object to moving that forward to the next item? All right, I think I received consent to move on to item 16. Holly, do you need to give them a second to react to that? They're probably like eating dinner, thinking they're an hour. Oh, excellent. Holly thinks they're online. So we will jump around a little bit and move into new business. Item 16, presentation discussion, wastewater treatment plant bond community survey results.
Sorry, just a text message to our consultants that we're on.
Please come back.
They'll be joining us both remotely. We have Holly Troxel, our public relations firm that we have engaged as we prepare for our wastewater treatment plant bond election, and our bond counsel. I said that backwards.
Yes.
Holly Troxel is our bond counsel as we prepare for our bond election this November. And Portman Square is our public relations consultant who we've contracted with as we anticipate our bond election for our wastewater treatment plant reconstruction project this fall.
Excellent. And
It will be joining
Portman
us
Square, they are, can you give just a brief snippet so the council understands they're not just a random marketing firm? They are specialized in this sort of thing. Is that correct?
Yes, they are. I've been working with them for just a short time. They came highly recommended by Fondo over here, Lake City Law. They successfully passed a bond for the fire department in Coeur d'Alene, I believe it was, just this past election. So they have very local success and very recent success in bond elections. They provided an outline. What you'll see tonight is a survey that we launched and our next steps as we progress for this bond election. So Amy Hawley is with Portman Square, and she'll lay out our next steps for immediate public outreach to get us to August 20th, where we will consider the bond language for the November election. And the steps past that. September 1, we're really going to ramp up our education campaign, and Danielle Quaid will help us understand how we educate and how we share that information with the public.
Awesome. Well, I see Danielle Quaid has joined us. Ms. Quaid, would you like to kick this off and kind of give us a high-level overview of your participation and what we're about to enter into?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Can everybody hear me?
We can.
Great. Well, as you said, I'm Danielle Quaid. I'm with the law firm Hawley Troxel, which is based out of Boise, but I work out of our Coeur d'Alene office. And my practice is exclusively municipal finance. So this is what I do, is help public entities borrow money. So the first step in this process, as was just explained, is to adopt the election resolution, which would call a revenue bond election. And that's what's anticipated to occur or be before you for decision on August 20th. That step gets the notice to the county with the actual ballot language, et cetera. And then from there, the county handles the election process through canvassing the votes after the November election date. During that time, the city can participate in an information campaign, so you can provide information to the public, and that is what Amy will assist with, is developing that information. And then our role in that process is just making sure that it is informational and not advocacy, because there's state law that prevents advocacy by using any public funds. So we can get into the nitty gritty of that if you want to, or we can do that at the August 20th meeting. I know Amy's joined us now, and she was going to talk about the survey. So tell me if you'd like to talk more about the education versus advocacy, or just go to the survey for now.
Thanks, Danielle. I think at this point, is there anything we should be thinking about in terms of advocacy or education that we should be cautious of prior to the election, or really kicking this off? I mean, can we as individual elected officials state our positions or our support for support of the bond without expending public dollars?
So you can do that as long as you are not utilizing city resources at the same time. So you can't do that from the dais like you're sitting at today. You can't do that with your City of Sandpoint email or mailers or anything like that. But in your individual capacity, the elected officials can state their support and why. When you run into somebody at the grocery store and they ask you that question, you can say, not in my role as the mayor, but in my personal role, here's why I think this is, the right thing to do. So that's the distinction there. You just can't be using any city resources when you're doing it. For your high level staff, while we can't restrict their freedom of speech, we encourage them not to advocate at any point, even in the grocery store, just because they're always perceived as being the city administrator or the city public works director, kind of on a 24/7 basis. So just to keep it as clean as possible, we ask them to keep all of their information sharing at an educational level rather than an advocacy level.
Excellent. Thank you. I think that's pretty clear. Council, any questions for Ms. Quaid before we hear from Amy Hawley?
Well, just a quick question. Is there any differentiation between the mayor's role and the city councilor's roles as far as private citizen versus council member in advocating?
No, I would say it's the same thing. As long as you're not using city resources and you're speaking on your own behalf, you're able to advocate. So like you would be able to go out to a Rotary meeting or something in your individual capacity as a council member or as the mayor. You just you can't hold a public information meeting at City Hall and advocate.
So to be clear, just to follow up, I'm invited to speak at Rotary as the mayor, and I'm speaking and the subject comes up. And I want to say I support a bond election for X, Y, and Z. I can do that as long as I qualify that this is my personal opinion, not a statement of the city.
Yes.
Excellent. Clear as water. All right, any other questions for Ms. Quaid at this time, or shall we hear from Holly on the exciting reveal of our survey? All right, Holly, sorry, Amy, Holly, you must get that a lot. Thanks for being here. You're on mute right now, so there you go. Awesome. Tell us about yourself and what you've done and what you're going to do.
Excellent. Thank you for inviting me to participate tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. My name is Amy Holly. I work for a firm in Boise called Portman Square Group. We do a number of different things, but in my capacity here tonight, I'm working as a strategic communications professional. I've been a lobbyist and worked in government relations and public affairs, the lion's share of my career in Idaho. I was born and raised in Boise. Many of the members of the team who are working on this engagement are also from Boise or the Boise area. So we have a real vested interest in seeing good work being done throughout the state. And so we appreciate the opportunity to work with the city of Sandpoint on this engagement. I'm not sure if there's an opportunity for me to share my screen to go through some of the data itself. Holly, I see you sort of in my bottom left vision. Is that a possibility?
I believe so, Amy. I think.
Let's try and see where we get.
I think if you're joining as a participant, you should have a share screen option.
Excellent.
It's happening right now. Bingo. We see it.
All right. And do you see the city of Sandpoint?
We do. Survey.
Survey. Excellent. Okay, I will leave this over here. I'm on two screens, so if I'm looking away from you, it's because I'm looking at my screen. So thanks for your patience with me. We were engaged about a month ago to help the city evaluate resident and voter sentiment towards this big project that is being undertaken. And so I will not go through. I know we're already at I think 7:30 your time, so we'll keep this a little bit brief. But we were engaged to help with strategy, to deploy a community survey, and then in phase 2 of this engagement, work closely with city officials to make sure that we educate the public about what is being asked of them on a November election. And so the first stage of this was really to engage with the community and figure out what they knew about proposed changes to the wastewater treatment plant, the need, as well as evaluate any support for one of two options, which we'll get into in just a moment. We released the survey on in late July, around July 28th. It's been open. It remains open, which will feed into a recommendation I have towards the end of this presentation. To date, we've had 159 completed survey results, 223 total responses. The difference in that is that a number of our questions are optional, particularly the demographic questions that many of you may have seen at the end of the survey. Again, the purpose of this was to improve understanding of community needs, preferences, understanding about the situation that the city is facing with respect to its wastewater treatment plant, and then to evaluate public opinion related to a November 2025 vote to support the project through a rate increase. The survey was delivered to approximately 2,300 City of Sandpoint registered voters. It was also available through social media and through dissemination from the city to its community partners. I can't see you all very well, so if there are questions during my presentation, please feel free to interrupt me and ask them as I go through this information.
10-4.
We always start our surveys with with sort of an awareness question or a set of questions to see if participants are aware of what they're being asked to respond about. This is really good data. It means that the city has already done a good job of communicating the need that exists with respect to its wastewater treatment facility. Nearly 68% of residents were aware of the need. This is a very good foundational piece of information because it means that our barrier to education is a bit lower than it might have been had residents not already been involved in the conversation or have heard from city officials and others about what's happening with it. So this is really good data. Strong starting point for a public education campaign. This is a great place to be starting. Because I didn't cover it, I do want to make sure. I'm going to go back really quickly. The 223 responses is not a statistically significant response rate. And what that means is we can learn a lot, but we don't have a 95% confidence in some of the responses, which is why the survey remains open. So I want to clarify that point really quickly.
Amy, could you clarify what one number were we looking for? What's our target for respondents?
It was right around 350. There are on any given election cycle, there are between 2,800 and 4,400 voters who participate. And the confidence interval ranges, but our sweet spot was right around 350. So this is a good response, and we'll see at the end that about 98% of people who did respond to this were registered voters or are registered voters. So this is a great starting place. I would recommend that we keep it open another maybe week or week and a half. And again, you'll see that at the end, and do a bit more outreach through some of our digital communication channels, maybe engage with our community partners again up there to really get the word out that this is open and that we'd like their input. Any other questions about that number? I will say that when we send the text, we sent a text-based survey link, and we had an initial population of just over 5,000 voters that we were going to send that to. I think it was 5,200. Unfortunately, because a number of individuals, I think myself included, have opted out of some of those communications, we weren't able to send directly to them. Secondarily to that, if voters haven't provided a cell phone number where we can reach them, then they didn't receive this survey. So if there have been questions about why didn't I receive this, or I thought this was going out by text and I didn't see it come through, those are the two reasons that might have happened. So it is, again, really important to use other channels as well. Text is a really easy way to get to people, as are the digital channels like social media, websites, those kinds of things, which the city did in this case. This slide illustrates how much value the city and its residents place on protecting public health. 76% said replacement is very important and confirms that the community sees the environmental and health stakes of this project. And again, is a really nice foundation from which to build for education. We asked respondents on the survey to consider two options. The city has indicated that to fully fund a full wastewater treatment plant facility replacement would be $130 million. In our discussions, one of the other options that we asked voters to consider, or respondents to consider, was a phased approach. And so we asked two questions about this. First, would you support an $80 million bond measure to an accompanying rate increase? In which case we had about 68% of people either support or strongly support this measure. The support goes a bit down, although it's still over our 50% plus one, to about 63%, 64, actually 65% on that, to fully fund a $130 million project. Again, these are good, strong indications that the community is supportive and knows that even knowing that there will be a rate increase, this is a project worth considering. Any questions about support from anyone?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
this might be a question for staff, but does this bond need the 60% like a
Like a majority.
yeah, like our tax did?
I believe it's a simple majority, but maybe Danielle can answer that.
Yes, it is a simple majority, so just 50% plus one.
Perfect, thank you.
Amy, any comments on the strongly oppose? Are those numbers out of line or unsurmountable? Or any thoughts on those numbers?
One of the things that we know is that there will always be a portion of the population that does not support a project, does not support a rate increase or a tax increase, depending on what you're asking of them. What is promising in both of these graphs is the movable middle, that neutral portion, which is about 12% for either. It gives us a strong foundation from which to communicate to those neutral voters, those neutral respondents, and move them into a support or strongly support. But again, we know that messaging and targeting to the strongly opposed is oftentimes unsuccessful because for whatever reason, there's just a strong opposition to whatever it is the city is proposing. And so we tend to focus on those that we can move and continue to engage those that are already supportive. With those that are already supportive, that is generally a push to get them out to vote. Because if they show up to vote, they've indicated support for this.
Thank you.
We then asked people to consider the rate impact. Again, I think what's important here is the combination of the slide on the left, which is support and neutral. So 43% are supportive of a rate increase that the city has calculated. We have about 21% we can move into that supportive role. And then that support goes up by almost 20% if the respondent knows that the city is going to aggressively pursue cost sharing arrangements. So grants, federal grants and low interest loans to reduce the amount that must be borrowed and then thus lower the rate impact. And in my conversations with the city, I know that Danielle and I have sat in on a number of conversations with city public works officials that this is absolutely the path forward, that they do not want to entirely rely on just bonding, but that they will engage in all of these active measures to reduce that total amount. And people are very supportive of that approach by the city. This slide is a discussion of that phase one only, the $80 million question that we asked them. The next slide will talk about the 130. Unsurprisingly, when people are faced with a potential increase to $206 over 5 years for that $130 million project, the top line support level does decrease. It goes to just under 30%. Again, that support increases by about 17% when the voter or respondent was asked to consider the same question, knowing that the city was going to, when the city was going to explore other ways to reduce that total bond amount. This, if this does go through, sort of on the second full freight, $130 million.
We have 23% of people that we can move to support, and we're just 4% shy of support at this level. We asked the community to weigh in on how important that pursuit of state and federal grants and low interest loans was. And again, unsurprisingly, with what we've seen and what we know about voters and in consideration of tax impact or rate increases, 83% value the city's pursuit of those. And again, that's something that we've heard throughout this project in my couple of months of being involved in this. And I know that the city is really engaged in this process. So voters really want to see that the city is doing everything that it can to reduce its total indebtedness for this project. Only 17% of respondents are very confident that the city will manage this responsibly, and this could be a major barrier to support. One, there are a number of ways we can address this, and I think that the overarching message with this particular result is that the city and the Public Works Department and anyone who's talking about this needs to clearly communicate what is being done, provide some transparency. We would recommend, with results like this, diligently and deliberately engaging with the community throughout the lifespan of the project about what is being done, how the money is being spent, the progress that the city is making towards its goal to help build some of this trust. And I would lay this foundation from the very beginning as we lead up to the November election to really communicate how the city is going to do this, create some buy-in with various community groups and partner organizations and the community writ large to communicate that they've heard this and that it is important both to the city and the Department of Public Works for the community to feel like it's going to do its job from a rate increase and from a taxpayer standpoint.
Amy, you see a lot of these with 40% not very confident or not confident at all. How does that rank on when you do these surveys? Are we lacking tremendous confidence by our constituents or just marginally below average or?
I would say that this is not out of line with what we have seen in other campaigns. I do think that the level of trust in government, whether that is local, state, or federal, has gone down. And I think that there is a propensity among voters to be skeptical. And so whether that stems from something the city itself has actually done or a perception of lack of government trust generally, and it bleeds over into a question like this isn't an unsurprising result necessarily. It is something that we're seeing.
Thank you.
Of course. One of the things that respondents had the opportunity to do was provide written comments. And so we've analyzed these, the top 5 community concerns, which we've seen in some of the previous slides. The first being cost to residents and affordability. This is a valid concern given the scale of the project, given the rates of inflation, cost increases, and other dimensions. So that this is something that respondents presented to us. Unsurprising. We saw in the previous slide with the previous question that there's a lack of trust. Again, not entirely unsurprising, part of a more broad trend that we are seeing from voters and taxpayers in communities, both in the state, and I think we can say that it's we see it nationwide as well. This third point, one of the things that I think people don't quite yet understand is the need to conduct this project outside of any growth considerations. And so respondents said, we want developers to pay their fair share because this project must be related to growth. We tried to communicate that it was not a growth related expenditure or necessity, but this is one of the other opportunities we have to communicate to our city residents that this is not a function of growth, but this is really about need at the facility itself, absent growth. Again, the fourth one, we've seen this in previous question results and the questions that we've asked. Voters want to be really sure that the city is doing everything that it can to reduce the loan burden through the pursuit of grant opportunities and other outside funds. The fifth is more about facility location and odor. I think that this is an opportunity to communicate, and we will talk and work closely with Holly and her team to make sure that this concern is addressed. It's not something we talked about or asked about specifically within the survey questions themselves, but when asked for to provide comment, this is one of the things that we saw. Any questions about community concerns, ways we might mitigate them?
Amy, just a quick question on the demand for federal and state grants. Is that just a communication issue? How do you see, I guess, the solving of that concern? We saw it was a priority throughout the presentation.
I think it is absolutely part of how we communicate the city's intentions when we start that phase of the campaign. One of the things we recommend and will help the city prep for is community presentations. We'll prepare web content and social media posts, and this is one of the issues that we'll want to hit as often as possible. And I don't know that it will be possible to provide certainty on what those other funding avenues are, but I think wherever the mayor or Holly or anyone who's talking about this project, making sure to be really mindful of the education role the city plays in this and not an advocacy role, to communicate your commitment to this particular concern, I think is the best way to do it. From this out of the gate in all conversations, talk about the plan to do so and the commitment to do so.
And the nature of my question was, is the community saying, hey, be aggressive in your pursuit, or is the real underlying thought is we need you to find alternate funds because we're unwilling to pay the large increases?
The way that we asked the question was really about, would you support this knowing that the city plans to pursue? And so I think that we can take that approach when we're talking to residents and voters. Wherever possible, if there are specific programs we can talk about, specific federal or state opportunities to reduce that burden. One of the things I think, and Holly, I'm going to look to you to help me fill in a little bit, and Danielle as well. When the ballot question comes before voters, it will be for that full amount, whichever path the council decides to go on, whether that's the $80 million bond authority or the 130. What we need to do between now and November 5th is allay concerns or communicate very strongly that while that might be the total bond amount for the ballot question, the city will do everything that it can to reduce that. Danielle, do you want to help me describe a little bit more, maybe a little bit more cogently? The city has to ask for that full amount, even if it expects that total amount not to be bonded.
So we typically recommend, unless you have grants, secured and in hand, that you ask for the amount that you need to complete the project, hoping to get grants, but not expecting to get grants, because people will be unhappy if you get $80 million in and don't get grants and can't complete the project. So you're not required to get bonding authority for the grant dollars if you have them, but if you don't have them yet, you want to be able to have enough borrowing authority to complete the project.
Just an example of that, USDA Rural Development. That's a loan application that we intend to submit, and there is some opportunities for loan forgiveness, so full grant dollars. They require with the application that you have a bond in hand when you go to them and start those conversations. So it's feels a little iterative back and forth, but we want to be transparent with the community on where the bond could take rates and do everything that we can to minimize that impact.
And I would just add there that if we do go for the full 130, we'll have a very clear picture of what those rates would be, and that will be a very compelling story to tell to our congressmen, senators, and state elected officials to help us, because where those rates would go, I'm not sure I've seen rates that high anywhere for sewer only.
Yeah, and Mr. Mayor, a question, does that mean that the rates after the bond, after that 5-year bond period would potentially
Decline
drop?
after that? I'd have to look to Sarah. She's run some of the real rough preliminary numbers, but she may not know. I'm not sure we're that far down the.
And I guess the point is, if they were to, and I don't know what the modeling would look like, that'd be good information for the public to be aware of as well, right? That it's a 5-year blip and then it's going to come back down, but.
So your question was, when we get the bond?
Let's say we get the $130 million bond and it essentially doubles the rate for that 5-year period.
The bond is 40 years.
Oh, 40 years.
So yeah. It would be that rate for the 40 years. And then, but there is one more rate that we had in there that was without any bonds at all. And that would go up to, I have that in front of me, but I think it was $400 a month without any bonds at all. And that would come down after it would go initially up and then come down.
Thank you.
Right.
Go ahead, Councilman Espiro.
What if the bond passes and then we're able to get grants and pay it off sooner? Would that be, then the rates would go down for the ratepayer?
So we would raise rates if let's say we went out for the whole 130, but we got grants for 50 of that. We would only have to really go out for bond, and we'd only raise our rates up to what they had to get to. So we wouldn't just go all the way up and then come back down. We would actually adjust them to be what we needed to actually pay the actual bonds.
Thank you.
And strategically, council members, to some degree, this looks like an unfunded federal mandate. We are required to have certain permit limits for effluent. We now are getting a very clear picture for the first time of what those rates would cost to build a facility to meet those. And historically, Clean Water Act, the federal government used to fund significant portions of infrastructure that their regulations required. So when this all gets some finer numbers on it, I intend to at least bring that sort of conversation forward. Is this an unfunded federal mandate to meet your permit requirements? And I'll also say that we are working currently to potentially do something that's never been done in Idaho to reduce the preliminary engineering costs that you'll hear more about in the future, which is something called auxiliary bypass, which is auxiliary bypass treatment.
No bypass.
Auxiliary treatment, thank you. Which is
Bypass is a bad word.
yes, it would, for, as far as I understand, it would release effluent that is within our permit limits at smaller plant size. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Dick.
I guess this would be for Amy and Holly and Councilor Howard. Thank you for your comments as well, too. I see the travel, when I took the survey and saw this aggressively going after low interest rates and loans, right? And grants, it's hard to say no, right? but we're also asking for the money, and then we can go back and then we start looking for that. And you can kind of see where that confidence might dip. So obviously that's got to be a big part of the outreach and the education. So what are those next steps then for the further outreach, and then by which vehicle? We've done the text messaging, we've got some social media out there, and we've got online. Where else? I know, Mr. Mayor, you attended the Rotary Club of Sandpoint and have plans to go back again. What else are we looking at doing?
I think we defer to Amy. She's really the expert in this and path and had successfully in other communities, so.
My very next slide after key survey results. This is a reiteration of everything that we've talked about. I will share an electronic copy of this full presentation with Holly so that all of you have this. But we can also move on to the next slide and talk about recommendations. So to wrap up the survey, I would recommend extending it by 1 more week. Aim to increase the response rate, get to as close to a statistically significant response rate as we possibly can. If absent that, we still have a very solid foundation from which to draw. Prepare a public summary of findings. We will prepare for the city a press release about all of the things that we've talked about tonight, and then outline what the city's going to do next. And Councilman, I don't know your last name. I also can't see you very well. I'm so sorry.
Dick.
With respect to what we will do with this information, we will launch phase 2 of the communications plan towards the end of August. And that gives us 2.5 full months almost to get the message out to voters. It is going to be dependent upon the decision that the council makes on the 20th in terms of what path forward you decide to pursue. Once we have that in hand, we can start messaging. We will use community meetings. We will use social media. We will use web content. We'll prep the mayor and anyone else who's giving presentations locally with slide presentations and infographics and all of these sort of collateral materials to start driving communication about what's happening in November. We are pretty responsive in that process, in that, and what I mean by that is as we learn more from the community, as we hear more opportunities, we will continue to engage where the community is. And so whatever that looks like for Sandpoint this fall, we're going to meet people where they are and provide them with all of the information. Oftentimes for complicated projects like this, we recommend mailers as well, going to the houses. That might be a postcard. It will link to it will have a QR code on it, so it can link to a website where all of the information is provided. Nampa did a really good job of getting both electronic and physical content out to its residents. We would recommend the same path of course of action for the city of Sandpoint, so that people can get the information the way that they best receive it. Different voters, different residents have different preferred ways of getting information. Our younger voters are people who are on their phones all the time, tend to get the messages that way. If we want to reach different demographics, again, that mail option is a really good avenue to do that, because we can insert something in a utility bill or send something specifically to people's houses so that they have the information that they need. So it's a really robust, multifaceted, multi-platform way. It's a lot of multis to get the information out to voters. Does that help answer your question about what we will do to help drive the message about the November election?
Yeah, it does. And I think one other thought here, just knowing our demographic is 65 and up and growing.
Right.
And we are a resort community, and much of that population will be leaving sometime in September for warmer communities. Is there a way to combat that or to get the word out for the importance of this?
Yeah, we will look in more detail about the absentee ballot and early voting options, because again, if you've got a number of people, a portion of your population who are leaving early, will want to hit them early. I don't know the exact date for absentee ballots, but we can definitely consider that so that we reach that population of people before they leave and before they cast a ballot.
Thank you.
Of course.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask?
Go ahead,
a
Council.
question? I guess Holly, and did we use the website that where people had asked for notices of meetings? Was it sent to that list of people?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into
Okay.
that. But that's
And it-
something that if not, that's something we can absolutely do.
And mail, I believe, should have been done. I have talked to so many people who had no clue, and I'm like, mailing people the QR code, which I had to do on email because I've told you I don't do my phone. A lot of people the same way. My book club I've sent out. I mean, people are like, oh, I didn't know this. And it's like, perhaps they're under rocks, living under rocks, but I am sometimes also, it's like, it's hard to get to everybody. I wish we had put it in the last bill, because I think mail, like she said, is a great idea. And if we haven't triggered that, whatever that is on
The sign up for the engagement.
yeah, because a lot of people did sign up for that, and
I think
that's
we can
another
look at
way
it.
to get.
If they're on the news notices, it should have worked, but
Okay.
I'll have to.
Okay, and
I'll have to
I'm just
confirm
wondering.
who's someone
yeah.
who
I'm
signed up.
surprised how many people are like, what?
I appreciate the comment, Councilor Duquette, and part of this exercise is survey. We're checking the pulse of the community. And
Right.
one of the questions we asked was, how do we get in contact with you? How should we hear from you? So we had on Facebook, the website,
Right.
I sent emails, the mayor sent emails, the text alerts. So this is an opportunity for us to learn. And as we start that educational campaign, we can absolutely look at that billing, get
It
that
also,
information in there.
sorry, even go back to the notices on the bulletin boards in town, Winter Ridge, Evans Brothers. That's when people come and look outside and see what's going on. Just everything, because like I said, I was surprised how people I knew, it's like, what do you mean you didn't get this? But
Mr.
maybe they
Mayor?
just missed it.
Go ahead, Councilman Howard.
Just a quick comment, maybe for Amy and Holly as well. When I first came on the dais, probably the most impactful thing I could do for wastewater treatment was to go tour the plant.
Mhm.
Physically see what poor shape that is. And so I don't know if there's a way to go I know we tried to do that with the public, whether it's physically walking through or whether we can do videos that highlight the current state of operations. When you can see the shape of that it's in, it's even more impactful than words and things like that. So anyway, food for thought as we try and go raise the awareness of why this is important for the city.
Thank you, Councilor Howarth. I've been working on, with our team, we've all been working on getting a virtual tour together. It's really not the best environment to bring the public from a safety perspective, but a virtual tour is a great tool. So we've been taking pictures and we're pulling that together. And before we launch this campaign on our website, we'll have what's called a virtual tour where you can go to our website, you can learn. We've started it. There's a lot of information on our website already about our wastewater treatment plant, but a tour specifically. So there's visual to that condition.
Thank you.
I don't know if we can get one of those realtor cams, but if you look at real estate today, you can go from room to room.
Yep.
That might be pretty impactful. If you've seen those.
Like a drone, anyone has a drone.
Mr. Mayor, if I'm.
Go ahead, Council President.
I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but a lot of people get their information, and I don't even want to say it out loud because I don't even have the app, but a TikTok. I'm joking, but I'm not joking because I seriously believe that there are a lot of people in our community that get their information that way. And if it went viral in Sandpoint, just in our little community, a lot of people would talk about it. It would create that kind of thing that may make it rise to the level of awareness. I'm not saying we should do it, but
Thank you for that suggestion, Council President.
I don't even have the app, so.
Right.
Yep.
I'm also,
gotta make a funny video with your crew.
there you go.
There you go.
We've got a good team. I think they'd be up for it.
I want to be sensitive to time, but I think there's one thing that would be helpful for maybe Danielle to explain, or maybe Fonda. In the event the bond election fails, can someone just fill the council and myself in on our ability for judicial confirmation as a necessary improvement, and what our options are there?
Sure. So judicial confirmation is a process where you take a potential bond financing to the court and ask them to make a determination that it's exempt from the vote requirement under Article 8, Section 3. And to do that, you have to demonstrate that it's exempt from that vote requirement because it's a project that meets the definition of ordinary and necessary that's been established in the case law. During my 20 years of practice, that definition of ordinary and necessary has been narrowed by the Supreme Court multiple times. And we're essentially at a place right now where it has to be like urgent during the current year, like almost like you don't have enough time to hold an election. So it's a very difficult standard to achieve. That being said, I think that in a situation like yours where there are permit compliance issues and safety type issues, there is potential for success of a judicial confirmation, but we would have to be very thoughtful and selective about the project components that were included in that confirmation, because the most recent Supreme Court case actually said that if the entire project is not ordinary and necessary, none of it is ordinary and necessary. So they declined an entire project because some components were included that they didn't find to be ordinary and necessary. So that is an option in the event that the vote is not successful, but it's definitely not a slam dunk.
Thank you so much.
May I make one more suggestion? It's hopeful to me that people, 70-some% worried about the environmental effects on our water. If that's something that we focus on somehow.
Oh, I think we can definitely partner with folks like ICL and
right.
others. I think we can partner with the development community. I think we can partner with a lot of people who enjoy clean river swimming.
Point that out, that's the biggie.
Mr. Mayor, may I get one more question
ahead.
in here?
Yeah,
This would be to Danielle and maybe Fonda. We potentially have 3 counselors that might be running for reelection and trying to be sensitive to advocacy without an admission of myself running again for council. This is obviously going to be a topic amongst those running for city council. How do we speak about this?
I think being up for council again or running for council again doesn't change your ability to advocate in your individual capacity, but not advocate in your capacity as a city official, and especially not use any city funds. Does that make sense? I mean, I think you have the same freedom in your individual capacity, whether you're running or you're not, to advocate, but you cannot use resources of the city or your city position in that advocacy.
Including these microphones, right?
Absolutely, including that room.
Yes.
How that would work when like questionnaires and when you go for interviews and things on the radio, like that.
I think we can use the resources at our disposal between Daniel and Amy and Fonda if those questions arise, and help those who are going to run for election understand that.
But I think as a candidate, you could definitely say you're supportive to the extent that, you know, you're responding to some sort of a questionnaire or something.
Thank you.
Council, any more questions? We still have a few items on the agenda tonight that are going to be fun. So anything else for the time that Daniel and Amy have put together? Thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor,
I
Go ahead,
just
Vice
had
President.
one comment that as we look at some of the percentages, that I don't want to be negative, but we're really only looking at a sample of about 250 people. And so sometimes in the lovely little town of Sandpoint, the people that spend the time to fill these things out are the more informed and are the more conscious individuals. So I just believe we may have a lot of hard work ahead of us
to educate the entire community about the importance of the sewage treatment plant.
I concur. Thank you so much, Council President. All right, thank you so much, ladies. Appreciate your work and look forward to proceeding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, council members, I would like to go back to item 13. Our final public hearing this evening. Council will consider, if Jason's available, proposed amendments to the Sandpoint City Code Title 9, Chapter 5, off-street parking and loading facilities, and Title 9, Chapter 1, definitions. Again, for members of the public, if you wish to testify, please complete a sign-up form and hand it to staff. We will take remote testimony from Zoom attendees on this matter. We will begin with a staff presentation followed by council questions. Then we'll open the hearing for public testimony. After the public hearing has been closed, we'll proceed with deliberation and a decision. We will be I'm sorry, we'll just be closing the public hearing tonight. We will be deliberating and coming to a decision at our next meeting, as this is just a requirement to open and close the public hearing.
That's correct, because the ordinance isn't prepared for tonight, and because you could potentially make adjustments to that. It would be most prudent to table your deliberations and your final decision to the next meeting, but we will hold the public hearing because it was already noticed. Go ahead. Councilman Schreiber, you have that look on your face.
Yeah, I guess I'm just a little confused. So the ordinance hasn't been crafted and we might make adjustments to that. Are we going to do that in staff questions, or do we deliberate to come to the consensus on what we want that ordinance to look like?
So probably both of those.
Okay, so there will be some deliberation then.
Yeah, there will be some.
Okay.
Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mayor. Council members, good to be with you again. Thank you so much. I'm going to be brief from that presentation. You've had a lot of information this evening already. The staff report really is just an effort to sort of encapsulate what is essentially an overhaul of the parking ordinance. Parking's been discussed under Jason's leadership for, since January of this year to contemporize it in a deal mainly with off-street parking or city parking lots downtown. Together with that, we looked at the parking ordinance, and honestly, I couldn't help myself to, when I got into it, to try to just clean things up a little bit, make things easier to read and understand. So what you see before you is a comprehensive review and editing and clarification and amplifying some clarification on some things in that parking ordinance, together with a section of the code related to definitions in Title 9.1. Spent a lot of time in the Planning Commission poring over various drafts of this, going through this line by line, together with city staff and the Planning Commission, working very hard with them. I thank them for their diligence and their patience as we walk through this thing line by line several times. The four big takeaways that I want to leave you with, and attached to the packet, obviously, is a strike through underlined version of the ordinance. A couple big takeaways. When I first came on, there's this, I was hearing a lot, oh my gosh, we've got to do something about these alleys. When development occurs, they're not really being addressed in terms of necessary improvements. Sometimes the ordinance refers to alleys as a street, other times it doesn't. So the number one thing here of the four big things is the requirements that alleys have to be hard surfaced when the development intensifies. So if you do a single family home in an alley, no. If you do a duplex, no. Duplex plus an ADU, no. But if you go more intense than a duplex plus an ADU on a lot, the expectation with this ordinance is that alley is going to have to be hard surfaced from one end to the other. And that's just a means to address what I found out working on a cottage project, talking with the community, talking with the Planning Commission. It's time to put a requirement in on development to hard surface the alleys. So that's one change that you see in the ordinance that's, I think, significant. Number two is requirements for off-street parking with the option to pay in lieu fees for new residential development within the defined parking exempt area. For a long time now in the books, there's been a defined exempt area, namely most of downtown, whereby property owners, developers are not required to provide parking. And there's a lot of information and good reasons to have that in the code. This would modify that a bit by requiring residential development to provide parking there, albeit at a reduced rate, or pay an in lieu fee. It's not the it's a slight revision to that policy to capture some community sentiment about having residential development provide more. Yet we changed the ratio of what's required for residential development in downtowns. With the option, of course, to pay an in lieu fee that would be set by separate council resolution like all your fees. So that's a significant change in the ordinance, and I think it's fair to call it that. Number 3, an expansion of the non-residential parking exempt area to capture additional properties zoned commercial A to the southeast of the downtown core, namely along Superior. This map identifies what we're talking about. As you enter the city, there are some properties that are, designated commercial A that are within the downtown district. It is in urban planning circles, the idea of reducing or eliminating parking standards is gaining a lot of ground nationally with small cities and large cities alike. Parking has a tremendous impact on our built form and environment. And there's a lot of reasons to think critically about eliminating it altogether. This slight tweak to an expansion of the exempt area would enable some properties that aren't characterized as predominantly residential by any means to enjoy the prospects of being able to develop without us telling them that they've got to provide the parking. It can spur development. It can do a lot of the things that the parking exempt zone was put in place to promote. Number 4, there's clarification on where the city parking in lieu fees are allowed to be used. Looking at the ordinance, there was this reference to an in lieu fee area, yet there was no geography established for that at all. So that was confusing to everybody who's reading it. So we have made efforts to correct that. In the staff report, which is on page, if you're looking at your agenda packet, it's on page 275 of 306 pages of your agenda packet, but of the staff report, it's really page 4, provides an overview of the proposed amendments that we've done. And I've gone section by section, the entire length there. I think I've enumerated 19 different areas of the parking ordinance and then sort of truncated what it was that we did with the red line. Most of this has to do with just providing clarity, reorganizing some things, providing some clear language. Again, the 4 biggies are what I mentioned earlier that are significant and warrant conversation. And your planning commission spent quite a bit of time on all of them, and they were helpful in making some changes along the way. So I really think it's best looking at a red line like this, a comprehensive red line, to just ask questions as you see them. It's hard for me to understand what your concerns might be or your interests might be. A lot of this was, again, it's just to try to contemporize some of the language and provide some clarity. And then we had the policy issues that I mentioned. So with that, I'm going to leave it to council to discuss. Happy to answer questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dean. I just got one question before we kick it off. Would you have a rough estimate of how many hours Planning Commission spent on working through this and the revisions?
8.
8 of meeting time, like?
We went 4 times on parking. So
Yeah,
let's say
great.
8.
And then I just wanted to mention, council, as we open this public hearing, obviously public hearings are important because we get to actually hear from the public what their thoughts and feelings are on changes. We may hear something tonight, we may hear nothing. Maybe there's a stack of people on Zoom, looks like 5. So I know I often at times use public sentiment and comments as an indicator of popularity, but also we hear good things from the public. So, again, just want to stress tonight, we're going to have a public hearing, then we're going to close that, and then we can have some deliberation and discussion. We're not required to continue that and come to a decision tonight. Our only requirement because of the notice is to have the hearing. So based on time, I think we can see how it's going, but we can always continue those deliberations or start them at a subsequent meeting. So with that, any questions at this time before we open the public hearing for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Trevor.
Yeah, thanks. And I appreciate all the work you guys put into this. This is, one of the, closing that loophole in the exempt area for residential was one of the most common issues that members of the public have brought to my attention. So I appreciate the hard work to get this out quickly. I did have a couple questions, and this again is something that people have asked me, and I haven't had a good answer for them. 951E and then also 953A and C talk about decisions made by planning staff or planning and zoning or city council. But it doesn't really clarify when would trigger each of those three bodies.
Great question. So when I look at the code, I'd like to begin to start to refer to the approvals as the approval authority, because the approval authority is going to be either one of three things. It's going to be administratively by staff, by planning commission, or city council. So what we're trying to do is establish that here, whoever gets to approve it is the entity approving the permit. For example, there could be a complicated development application that has a site plan and happens to be with a rezoning. Well, normally a site plan would be a staff level approval, but a rezoning, obviously legislative act, it's going to go through commission and council. We would bundle that together. So that's the approval authority. So that's why we put that language in there, because there's so many different permits. We wanted to tag the approval of these reductions or the shared parking to the entity that's approving it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess I still have some to learn about who approves what and why.
Yeah, and all of that is a function of zoning, right? So who approves what and why is a function of your zoning ordinance and state law. Legislative acts, rezonings, when you're changing laws, changing code or changing the map, the zoning map, or comprehensive plan, that's always going to be a legislative act. That's always going to go to commission and council for approval. Permits are different. It's a quasi judicial function, and permits are going to be by virtue of what your code says and what your code establishes. It's either going to be something that's done administratively, like a site plan permit, or a conditional use permit that's going to be done by your planning commission. Those are articulated in your zoning ordinance, and they change from time to time depending on where the pendulum swings in terms of council's interest in that level of approval being approved administratively or higher up. So on the whole, your parking ordinance doesn't establish that. It's elsewhere in your zoning ordinance. I just wanted to make sure this refers to the fact that these approvals for shared parking reduction, things like that, track with the permit approval authority. And you're not separating that. So you don't have a situation where the planning commission, for example, issues a permit and then later staff, gives this carve out for parking exemption or something like that. That should be done by the same approval authority and not separated.
Perfect.
That makes sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Council, I just want to, I hate to call people out, but that response, I'm just so grateful to all of our staff, but Mr. Dean, that was an articulate and clear and concise response. I'm not sure I could have packaged that well. Hats off to you. Well done.
Thank you.
And I also just want to bring to council's awareness that, in the order of business of the city, we as a body have sometimes limited capacity. It can be, slow and to get things on the agenda. So for the purpose of expediency, our own internal capacity to respond to things, there are appropriate times where you want to defer some of these decisions to staff and directors that you have trust in. At the same time, there are times when the director may not want to make those decisions and will always have the discretion to kick it back to council and not be the lightning rod in the city for a decision. So I think some balance of the two where there's opportunity for staff to make decisions and also that freedom when they're not comfortable making those, putting it to the elected officials.
Thanks. I also had a question about 956E, and I do like the idea that you're putting the onus on developers to hard surface alleys through that development process. But the question that popped into my mind is who's going to be responsible for maintaining the alleys in the future after, the developer maybe sells the property, or let's say there's several developments on the same alley that all have parking lots. Who's responsible for maintaining the hard surface or plowing in the winter, things like that?
Great question. Again, much discussed at city staff level and with planning commission. 956 establishes the hard surfacing requirement. 957 clarifies that the city is not responsible. So this is definitely going to be something that the property owners who enjoy the alley, just like the current ordinance states, they're responsible for maintaining it. If bushes grow over, you've got to work with your neighbors to get the bushes cut down. If it needs to be plowed, get together and plow it. That's how it's been treated historically, my understanding. That's what the ordinance says, and this ordinance carries that forward.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead,
Kyle, do you
Councilman.
mind if I dovetail on that?
Yeah,
What, I had similar question too. What does the enforcement look like? Who is enforcing this? When do those questions come in? Is it neighbors bickering back and forth? Is it the police that get involved? Is it calling the planning office? And how do we settle these matters?
Bill, I can jump in. It's a call to the mayor, I can tell you. And I did visit with Zach about 6 months ago about this issue in South Sandpoint, and his recommendation at the time was, hey, this is obviously you try to approach it as a neighbor on an alley with a shared resource. Hey, your bush is, in the way. Can I kind of trim it? And then if that fails to work, we do have the code that specifies that these alleys need to be 16 feet wide, and we could look at enforcement if somebody was blocking or encumbering the alleyway. So that would trigger notification letters and potential legal.
To everybody that's
Maybe on the
joining
alley.
that, or to potentially, I get it if there's vegetation growth on one side of it, right? But if there's snow and nobody takes care of it and it ices up, and before you know it, it's a problem, right? You got to block ice and nobody can drive down.
Yeah. So those are existing challenges that we face. I would also throw out, I believe we could probably, if it were the surface eroding after an improvement, we might be able to look at a LID for an alley-specific improvement, which would be attributed to the benefiting property owners.
Thank you. Sorry, Kyle. Go ahead.
No worries. I guess I just had one more, and it's more of a comment. There is a section that talks about affordable housing, and there has been some discussion with at least two of the council members questioning what that definition is. And it just struck me that the definition that we have here is, and it's listed as affordable housing, is actually the definition for low income housing. And I'm not trying to, make this devolve into a much bigger conversation. I just wanted to point that out, that we have affordable housing listed as 80% when it's usually, according to the Idaho Housing and Finance Association, that's defined as up to 120%. Whereas 80% is typically the definition for low income housing.
Good point. Any other council questions at this time before we open the public hearing?
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
On 958, lighting again, 958A says, any parking area which is intended to be used during non-daylight hours shall be properly illuminated in accordance with the regulations outdoor lighting code. It says residential uses are exempt from that requirement. Does that make sense? If there's a residence and they have parking and they've got lights like on their driveway, and again, it says, any lights used to illuminate a parking must be arranged, so it's not, to me, it sounds like that's only for businesses. Residential doesn't matter.
Yeah,
I think it's a great question.
I don't think we want to require our residents to light their parking areas and
No,
driveways.
we want them to, I'm sorry, go ahead. If
So-
they have lights, we want them to follow the outdoor lighting code.
Right, so that's where the dark sky and outdoor lighting.
This makes it sound like they're exempt from the requirement of not properly illuminating. You know what I mean? If somebody has a garage light on when they drive home and it comes on and it stays on for, 10 minutes, and it's shining everywhere, maybe on you next door, it says that that they don't have to follow that out.
I think it's how you read that. So,
Exactly.
so the intent is that a parking area for non-daylight use, such as a parking lot,
They changed a lot of area.
has to be lit in accordance to that section. All outdoor lighting has that, all outdoor, so it's just saying you're exempt from lighting the parking lot. You don't have to light the parking lot. But any lighting under our lighting code has to comply with the night sky and the trespass issues.
Okay, it says residential uses are exempt. I just don't like that.
One potential way through that might be to state that residential uses are exempt from these requirements, but for the dark sky ordinance.
I would like it to say something, because otherwise,
It's the be properly illuminated. That's what it's really emphasizing, is if it's a commercial parking area, it has to be illuminated. And it's trying to say that residential uses don't have to be illuminated.
I would like that clarified.
Yeah.
They don't have to light.
That's a good catch. And I'll tell you exactly why I got rid of the language to avoid accidents and added this in, because I really cringe when I see a provision that says, okay, this is done to avoid accidents. And next, there's an accident. And someone points to the code and says, well, geez, city, it's your fault. It's like, so I'd rather just refer to something that I know is near and dear and put this instead. But that's a good point. I think we can clarify that when we
I would
come
just
back in a
like the
couple of weeks.
language
That's
more clear.
easy to fix.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Because
that.
we did change lot to area, so that
Yep.
could be your driveway.
That is city council desire. That's an easy fix.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Howard.
Bill, real quick question, and this is kind of maybe a hypothetical, but help me understand. So in lieu fees, basically say a developer does not have to build parking spaces as part of their infrastructure build.
Right.
In lieu, they pay cash.
That's right.
Those cars then park on the streets.
That's right.
I presume there will be a point in time where there are no more available parking spots on the streets.
That's right.
What do we do then?
Great question. I'm glad we're talking about it, because cities are dynamic. This is going to change over time. This is going to be something we talk about years from now and we change. Right now, we are stewards of this code to address the issues that we have, given the resources we have today. And we know through these studies that there's over 1,000 parking spaces downtown and they're woefully inadequately used. So there's tons of capacity. Those are the facts on the ground. There may be a time when the zoning that is put in place and the market forces conspire to result in development befitting for this community in accordance with our rules and gobbling up all the parking spaces. At that time, we will have amassed some money. We'll be able to address the issue at the time, and the solution can come in many forms. New rules for parking, structures, rejiggering the management of the spaces that we do have, all kinds of tools in the toolkit to deal with this. But you can't solve that problem today. You have to look at the problem that we have today. And the problem we have today is an underutilization of the parking resources that we have in the community and the requirements to continue that.
But I guess my point would be, doesn't it make sense to ease into that versus, I guess the point is,
right,
instead of allowing 100% in lieu, right? I think our ordinance says they don't have to build any parking.
Right.
They can do 100% in lieu. Why wouldn't it be a small portion of parking on the lot or on the property?
Great question.
And a higher percentage on the street so that we ease into that gradually versus rush toward that end date?
Right. Because there is no rushing toward the urban form that we're looking for. So the other side of this coin is, what do we want things to look like? And so I encourage you to stand outside a shopping mall on that ring road around the mall and just visualize what's going on there. The exact same land use is occurring as if you were standing there as you would be at First and Cedar. The difference is the rules that prescribe how the urban form has to perform. And what you want in your downtown is what you have at First and Cedar, not what you have at a shopping mall. So it has to do, you have these dual objectives, right? Or multiple objectives. And one of them is the urban form. Your comp plan speaks to that. Generations of planners speak to that. I'll certainly be speaking to that. So this is not just simply about the parking space itself. It's about wanting to have buildings required to orient on a lot, given a certain atmosphere we're trying to create. And that is incredibly important to a downtown especially. Less important as you get a little farther away from that. That need attenuates a little bit when the expectation's not going to be this walk, shop, eat central district. The fastest way to ruin your downtown is to require parking. The last thing you want in your downtown is a level of service A with traffic. You want a level of service F.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, wherever that came from.
I have a quick response to Councilman Howarth as well. Just to put some numbers behind the analysis that Bill just provided. We know from our parking study in 2022 and all the work that we've done on the parking management plan this year that we have capacity for around 300 additional vehicles on our streets during the peak summer hour, which is in mid-July, middle of the day on a weekday, which is when our downtown demand for street parking is at its greatest. At that busiest time of the year right now, there's enough room for 300 more cars on the street. Not to say there's only 300 empty parking spaces, there's 545. But with 300 additional cars on the street, we'll be at the 85% effective capacities, which is what you want. It's like your target occupancy rate in a urban parking system or district. So if we do a little math there, let's say there were 300 more residential units who opted for the in lieu payment rather than providing any off-street parking. That's a lot of units. The in lieu fee as proposed in our fee schedule this year, that would generate $7.5 million of parking improvement fund revenues. Now, the parking improvement fund, which all in lieu fees are required to go into, is restricted only for the expansion of public parking facilities. So another answer to your question is if we were in a hypothetical future to get to the point where there were 300 additional residential units downtown, 0% of which chose to provide parking, which is highly unlikely because most of the residential development we're going to see is more likely to be upscale condo development that, you know, the buyers are going to demand off-street parking. Whether we require it or not, developers are strongly incentivized to provide it because it makes it sellable. But hypothetically, if there were 300 additional units with zero parking required, we would have a interest earning nest egg of $7.5 million that we could put towards an off-street, you know, parking garage downtown, which, you know, from a purely mathematical perspective, the need for that parking garage wouldn't occur until we see 300 additional vehicles on the street at peak midsummer hour. So that's a lot of years in the future before we're going to face that need. But if we ever get there, and if it's because of residential development downtown, we will have raised millions and millions of dollars to put towards a parking garage.
Well, and downtown will be an amazing place.
Oh my
We have
gosh,
3
you would
people
want to live
living
downtown if that were the situation, because there would be infinite.
No, I wouldn't.
Demand for your. You want to own a bar at the corner of First.
Yes, I might want to do that, but I wouldn't want to live down there.
But
I like open space.
It's not a one size fits all. It's not a one size fits all. You know what I mean? We had to get into the numbers a little bit to be able to arrive at that. And right now we're solving for a different problem. So
Got it.
I have one more question for legal. Sorry, Council.
Well, if I may, because it's right with this. So I understand all that math, but my concern is, yes, it's going to be years down the road. So how does inflation affect that? I mean, my concern is that we do collect this money, but we never quite have enough to be able to do what we need to do because of other factors in the economy. And so have we put a little thought in there?
one thing we did is, oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna contribute that. One thing we're doing is proposing to take the fee out of the ordinance itself and put it in the council resolution, which is annually reviewed for, you know, CPI and other things. So by virtue of that, you've now just made it infinitely easier to adjust that fee, given whatever the dynamics. So we have a giant recession or whatever, and you're trying to spur development, you could, you know, rejigger it downward. It's much easier to manipulate that way when it's in a resolution reviewed annually. I think that's the most obvious answer I can give you right now.
So I guess I would add to that concern is we have to have, these council members always won't be here, staff won't always be here. So we need to have something that allows that to rise to the top every year. And is it already on our impact fees? Are we going to look at that every year?
Well, the fees will get adjusted, if I'm not mistaken, there's an automatic escalator for adjustment for CPI or whatever
Okay.
index it's pegged to.
Okay.
And then obviously your capital improvement process annually is going to be looking at what you want to spend the money on. So as the talk of a structure or something like that happens in the future, that's going to cost staff to take a look at these revenue sources to be able to perform, to make that CIP
Right.
happen.
Okay, so there's a mechanism. That was my biggest
Yeah.
concern.
May not be a perfect mechanism, but at least there's one there.
I know Councilman Spiro, you want to say something. I just want to tighten some things up in terms of process of the hearing, the adoption of an ordinance. Fonda, we have the hearing tonight. We deliberate at our next meeting when it's continued to. It's my recollection that an ordinance takes 3 readings unless there's
You can have a motion to suspend.
suspension of the rules. So if, I'm just trying to give council some leeway here, if we deliberate, staff comes back with the first version, there are additional changes, we could kick that to the next meeting, make some additional changes. So what I want to emphasize here, council, is we don't have to solve this tonight. We just need to close the public hearing, have it and close it. And then this will be a ongoing process. I know that hasn't happened in a long time, at City Hall, where you adopt an ordinance and potentially change it between the first and the second and the third reading, but it is a useful tool that might apply in this case. So you'll all have the time to tweak it, absorb it, ask for more studies, analysis along the way.
Well, and we can make a determination if at any point additional information is being, or there's been substantial changes and you want to reopen the public hearing, you can do that too.
So with that, Councilman Spiro, did you want to question anything?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Any other council questions or?
So are you going to make a motion to table the deliberations to the next meeting?
I think I'll open the public
Oh, we
hearing.
haven't done that yet.
Hold the
Sorry.
public hearing,
My
and
mind,
then-
we already did
Then
that.
we'll get there. Any objection to opening the public hearing, council members?
Nope.
I now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak, and are there any hands raised on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
The public hearing is now closed. Council members, I would entertain a motion to continue deliberation on this item to our next regularly scheduled meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Dick, second by Spiro. Any discussion? Be a roll call vote?
Counselor Howard,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Sprow,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, council members. Thank you, public and staff. Great work on that very challenging issue. All right, we are making progress. Moving on to old business. Now we have an opportunity to take a look at any adjustments council would like to make to the budget ahead of the public hearing on the 20th. Can I suggest we take a quick 5-minute recess if anyone needs it, because this is going to be a big show. 5-minute recess.
Budget, okay.
Meeting is reconvened at 8:57. Moving on now to old business. This will be an opportunity to take a look at any adjustments council would like to make to the budget ahead of the public hearing on August 20th. With that, is Sarah here? Yes, there she is. Excellent. So council members, at this point, I think a lot of you have some good information. You may still have some questions, and this will be, I'm going to call it fun and interesting, and an opportunity to work together as a team and have some spirited debates about any adjustments you would like to make to the budget. In speaking with Sarah, she is not going to tell you what needs to move. We are all here to see if you can reach consensus on an item or a line item or funding level in an area. And then Sarah and I will do our best to assist you to understand what motions and what actions you would need to take if you want to change any of those line items or funding levels. So with that, the floor is yours.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think I'll kick it off here first.
First to speak always loses, though.
Come on, why did you say that? All right, what I would
Councilman
like.
Dick, you are
Thank you
recognized.
very
Go
much.
ahead.
I would like to see the spot bus fully funded at $145,000, with that money coming from the revenues of the lead lock lease that the city has right now.
All right, thank you, Councilman Dick. I believe There is a mechanism we can walk through to get that accomplished. I guess at this point, I'd call for any support, discussion, or a motion to direct that action, which would require a majority. Go ahead.
What is that money currently going to right now?
Sarah, is it, you feel comfortable discussing that? Thank you.
So that money, right, how that works, and I've actually, I would ask also that if you asking to move money from a director or a chief's budget, have them come and actually explain to also why they need that, why that's there, why that's important. Because I think that's also important in this process too as well. That lead lock, and I'll start and then you can finish as well. That lead lock is revenue that's coming in from a building that we have up by the airport. And it's an old building and we have that in the budget for unforeseen expenses. And I'll let you explain the ones that have come up in the last 5 years.
So we have had to replace the HVAC units there. We've had to replace the roof there more than once.
Cheryl, can I ask you to pause? Are all the
Sorry.
council members familiar with the property that we're discussing right now?
Yes.
Anyone not familiar? Okay.
Yes.
The 3 buildings? Okay, good.
So we've had to replace the roof area twice because there's more than one building there. We've had to replace the HVAC system in one of the buildings and a portion in another building. We've had to do walls on the outside and the inside of the building. I toured it, last year. Yes, because Jeremy was mayor, so I toured it last year. And I see some pretty significant repairs that we're going to be responsible for as well, because we are responsible for the structure. Anything maintenance-wise, they're responsible for, as far as snow clearance, landscaping type things, we've had to do, we have had emergency repairs there, and that is what funds those.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I think, the important part with that is I think that we need to take care of our own first. And that's our property. And for things that unfortunately in the future, those who have rentals or rent out any part of their property, as a landowner, you're responsible to take care of that. So unless I can be persuaded otherwise, Councilman Dick, and I do appreciate your trying to champion the spot bus, but that's a tough one for me personally, to take money out of something that we do need for the unforeseeable future to take care of that piece of property, in particular the building.
Yeah, because if something comes up, we have to pay for it from somewhere.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, may I respond?
Go ahead,
And
Councilman.
ask a question. Cheryl, how much revenue does the lease kick off annually?
200.
It's about 250.
Sarah, can you point to that line item or in the budget? Where do we find that? I can't put my finger on it right this second.
Yes, on the one that's I call it a short, like it's a 9-page short form, is on page 2 under 1970, general government projects and grants.
Okay. And would that be in the same area in the big form, the all-inclusive packet?
If you want, I can bring it up on here.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Thank you.
And while that's coming up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Howard.
A procedural question. I guess, are we gonna do this one by one? Or we're gonna hear what all of the potentials are and then debate those?
Yeah, maybe that's a good point, Councilman Howard. Maybe we just go around the horn and at least initial offering, let people say what they are comfortable with and what their desires are. Does that sound good to everyone? That way, at least we know everything that's on sort of the table. What's that?
Whiteboard.
Oh, I've got one here. If that sounds good,
Mr. Mayor, do you mind if I finish my line of questioning?
go
real
ahead,
quick,
go ahead,
though?
yes.
Thank you. Okay, so it kicks off, what'd you say, roughly $250,000 a year, right? And didn't last year or the year prior to that, we made substantial renovations to the building for the lessee?
So yes, we did. And we usually, what happened is that we replenish the money to be at their level of the rental income. We've not had the money the last 2 years to be able to do that. So this year was the first time I've actually brought it back up to what it would be. And then in the future, once that's up, it literally rolls a year to year if we don't use it. And it would just be it literally is one-time money after that. And then that allows the rest of the 250 every year to be used for regular operating budget.
And how often, I guess, since January 1st, how frequently have we heard from Lead Lock after doing these substantial renovations last year and the year before? And I don't know if we drained that account, that fund, the prior year?
We were down to 100,000 that was sitting in that as rollover, and we're putting this year 150 more into it to get it back up to the 250. And that was literally
The maintenance fund for it, the fund for it. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Expense in 22. So we just hadn't had the funds the last 2 years to be able to do it.
And Cheryl, maybe you can give us some indication of what Lead Lock has asked for in terms of renovations since January 1st?
So renovations, if
Renovations.
they want to
the-
renovate.
Whatever it might be that we're responsible for as a landlord.
So we had some plumbing and we had some door issues.
I want to say some gutter issues at one point.
Yeah, we replaced the gutters. That was when we had the wall issue and we did that. And then, so it's an unknown. I don't know what's going to happen. So far this year, we've been kind of lucky there. We tend to hear from them more in the fall and winter because that's when the leaks start, or the HVAC system. And last year, that was the issue. I think it was last year, the year
air conditioning.
before, where it went out in the winter. And based on their manufacturing, that was, we had to do the emergency repair pretty quickly. So,
And they have a clean room in there. I don't know if you're aware, but they have a ISO, whatever Rick would, Councilman Howard would know, a clean room that they installed to upgrade that facility.
I mean, we've done a lot of,
We just signed I think a lease through my term, I believe.
3 years. No, they wanted,
5, I think. I think we just did it through my term, but.
I think we did it as a 5-year term because I think we did 3 years with 2 one-year options to renew, if I recall correctly.
My personal feeling here is taking, what are we looking at? 105, which you've already committed in the budget to spot, right? And taking $40,000 of this, right? Whatever this council decides to do after, because I may not be here after that, that gets spot bus through the 25-26 season there. They will hopefully have enough money stored away if for some reason the hotel comes down and the bed tax doesn't hit and that number comes down from there. But we have a great opportunity in 2029 when the urban renewal sunsets.
Don't forget the parking revenue.
And the parking revenue, which gives us the opportunity that if we can get through 2025 and 2026 year, that we get that funding. And we also need to take into consideration that those dollars that come in from our partners at Spot Bus almost come in threefold. And conversely, if that money is not there, right? If you get $10,000, you lose $29,000 that don't come in for that funding.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Dick. I have other comments on that subject, but I think to Mr. Howard, Councilman Howard's point, let's hear everything that's on the table so we know if there's bigger pools or bigger issues.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you, sure.
that's right. Let's start with, I won't, anyone want to jump out?
You go ahead. We'll come
Ladies,
down.
ladies first.
We come
ladies
down
first.
this way.
Ladies first, after your potato.
Councilwoman Duquette, why don't you start? We'll go left, then we'll go right.
I agree with Councilman Dick 125% that Spot needs to be funded. We are not paying our rider share, whether the way they count the riders is appropriate. We've talked about that. Maybe there's a better way. However, if our share is another 40,000 out of the lead lock, I don't think that that's shirking our responsibility as a tenant, no, who are we?
Lesser.
Thank you.
Lessee.
Because that leaves 200,000 still for repairs for this year. I think I am 100% for public transportation.
Councilman
It-
Duquette, are there other, we can debate that.
Nope, that's all,
That's the only thing in the
that's
budget you
all
want to?
I am after this
All
year.
right. Councilman Schreiber, anything in the budget that you would like to adjust or discuss adjusting?
Yeah, spot bus is also on my list. Supporting that. I'm not, necessarily solely determined to use that specific funding source, but I think it does need to be fully funded. And without getting too long-winded on it, I think we should maybe even look at going past that funding. Our multimodal transportation plan lists route optimization study in the medium term. And I think if we're going to be implementing a parking plan downtown, we need to figure out how to serve alternate modes of transportation to downtown. In addition to that, you've heard me talk about Great Northern. I'm going to talk about Great Northern tonight. I also have some comments on sidewalk projects, trees, and streets.
Comments, or do you see changes to budgetary dollar amounts that you
Yes,
see coming?
I have changed.
So on the Great Northern, I believe you probably want to reduce that. Am I correct in assuming that?
Yeah, and I have another project to assign that money to.
Okay, and on the sidewalks, that revenue you think is coming from the Great Northern or new sidewalk dollars?
It's complicated. How much do you want me to dig in right now?
I think that's good at this point. Do you have a rough dollar amount that you're talking about for the sidewalks that we're talking about?
Well, the project that you had proposed is $500,000, but that's out of SURA funding, so that would actually tie in with the Great Northern proposal that I have. But in previous years, we've spent up to $290,000 on sidewalk and path projects, and this year we're only down to 90,000. So I think we do need to look at other projects for the same reason that I just mentioned about Spot Bus. If we're going to be adding parking restrictions downtown, then I think we need to give people alternate options.
God, I love the fact you guys are having these articulate discussions about your priorities.
Especially at 9 o'clock.
Wait, we in Bath or the sidewalk and path project, we have 1.1 million in there, not 90,000, I guess.
Well, thanks. We can clarify that. Let's maybe just get through all the wants, desires, and thoughts. Councilwoman Rule, any particular budget areas that you hope to dive into here?
I just wanted more clarification on the watershed and urban forest master plan projects that are coming out of the water reserve funds at $250,000.
Okay, great. Excellent. Councilman Dick, anything else other than Spot that you are looking at?
No, I'm interested in hearing Councilman Schreiber's ideas.
Councilman Howarth, any particular line items or elements of the budget you are looking at?
I do, and they're all primarily related to the one-time capital projects. When you and I met, you asked me, are there any things I would like to see? I said, welcome signs. I actually would like to take that off and reallocate that money to do a city efficiency evaluation. And many of my comments will fall under that heading of efficiency. And what I think when I say that word efficiency, so what operations should be self-performed that we do internally, what should be contracted? Should we have our own IT infrastructure or should we contract it? Because in the budget, we have IT servers and SAN, to the tune of $250,000. This day and age, it makes no sense to have our own IT infrastructure, AWS and other services provide much better uptime than we can ever provide for ourselves. There's a line item on there, resiliency. I think it was $25,000. I would like some more detail on what that is. City Hall vehicles. Generally, I'm not an advocate of city vehicles. I believe that we could use personal cars with mileage reimbursement. It's the way industry does it. You don't buy cars and let people you use those. I think it's a much more efficient use of the city dollars. And so again, under the efficiency, in our budget, I see, just as an example, streets want a 1-ton service vehicle, water wants a 1-ton service vehicle. I would like to go look at, are there sharing opportunities? Do we need 2? Can we do 1 and share, again, in the interest of efficiency? The Ontario Street and Highway 200 intersection, I'm not a fan for that. I actually think that ought to be the independent highway district that does that project, or redo it and simply put a light at that intersection so we don't have to rejigger to get it perpendicular. We don't care if there's a light there. So I think there's more efficient ways of getting that project done to the satisfaction versus just rejiggering it and buying some property. Wastewater infiltration project, $280,000. My question is, if we spend $280,000, does it have any impact on the wastewater treatment facility or not? My guess is it's not going to be significant enough to make any design modifications that would save us money. So the question is, why are we doing it? And then spot busing, I'll just say I'm not in favor, simply because Kansas City just ended a 5-year experiment where they tried to do free bus service, and it was a huge failure. I think we ought to learn from them. I personally believe it's a tax on the citizens of Sandpoint, and I don't think we've ever gone to the citizens of Sandpoint and said, do you want to offer free bus service? There is no such thing as free. Somebody pays for it. Somebody gets it free. Somebody in the city is paying for it. I don't think we've ever asked them. And so those are the things that I've got on my list.
Awesome. Councilman Spiro.
All these things that my fellow councilors have said are very important, and I respect every single one of you. And I don't want to sound like I don't care about those subjects, but one thing that I think are forgotten are sports in this community. I have played sports here my whole life, and I've been trying to get volleyball courts, and I am working with Jason, and we're working for the future with things like that. I just don't want us to forget that not everybody likes to mountain bike. Sometimes those bikes can be expensive. Not everybody likes to play pickleball or tennis, although I respect those sports, but things that are underutilized and don't really get a lot of love are like the basketball courts, where I think if we could take care of those a little more, we'd see a lot more kids out there, and especially the volleyball courts. We've been playing for the past 12 years as a family. It's a fun family sport. I retired from basketball, and I think things like that, I don't think some of us realize how busy the beach is getting and how quickly those courts get filled up when it's actually a really fun family opportunity, and especially when we allow courts to be rented out from clubs, where like 3 of the 4 courts are being rented out certain days out of the week. It can get difficult to get a court. People get frustrated. So I think, again, I'm working with Jason. We're trying to go that route, but I think that's something that we hopefully utilize our funds to maybe upkeep our other sports that may not seem as popular, and maybe they kind of are. So, but I'd love to hear what you guys all have to say about these other projects.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilman Spiro. So the way I'd like to handle this, I mean, it seems like we've got the spot funding is obviously one area, and there's, based on some of those other comments, and Sarah, correct me if I'm wrong, some of those other elements such as the utilities, the one-time purchases, the Ontario realignment that's using some impact fees, the IT study that could come from the one-time, or the efficiency study from the signs, as Councilman Howarth. So I don't see really anything else that would, although we need to hear more about Councilman Schreiber's sidewalk project. But I think it makes most sense, just let's maybe start with spot head on and just rip the Band-Aid off and see where we're at. So the only other thing I would add to the discussion on the lead lock, I did manage that property for a bunch of years as planning director when it was an incubator. It is a multi-year lease. I guess the question for Sarah is, if something drastic happened out there and we did not have the full amount $250,000 to address the issue. What is the next action we take? We do have reserves, emergency reserves as a city. I know we don't want to plan for using those, but would there be a fallback if the wall fell down out there and we had to put up a new wall for $700,000 and we only had 200?
Yeah, I mean, there are reserves, yes. Where to start? This is rental money, so to me, that is the obvious thing that we use to pay for the expenses. I mean, it's not a city business, it's not a city function, it is a standalone, in my opinion, it's not. It's not a department, it's just its own little thing.
Yep.
So to me, it doesn't make sense to use city reserves to pay for something like that, because it's not like a police vehicle that got crashed.
A service that we're providing,
Exactly.
yeah.
So, yes, we could do that. And then I would, probably be suggesting the next year that we actually redo something else somewhere in the budget to pay that back. That didn't hurt the future.
Yep.
You know, so.
Cascades.
There's always ways to figure out how to fix it. It's just how does that impact the future budgets?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask a question?
Go ahead, Councilman.
Sarah, have we had a year since you've been here where we've completely depleted the revenue from lead lock in 1 year?
So once that gets up to it, we don't deplete it. We stays there and it rolls forward every year.
That's what I'm saying. But so have you had a year where you have taken $250,000
Back
and put it in there?
We did the roof. I know.
Right.
50, I can't even, maybe 200. I can't remember how much that one was. It was a lot. It was when we were doing this roof too. I don't remember, but it wasn't the full 250, no.
And that was sometime within your tenure here?
Yep.
And a roof, I'm guessing, probably gets somewhere between 10, 15, and 20 years of life?
So, but I guess you're missing the point though, that once it's up to there, then that allows that other operating revenue to be used for other things.
Gotcha.
This year, all we're doing is we're using our operating revenue from that revenue to replenish these funds. And then that money will be available in the future years to be able to, if we don't replenish that this year, we'll have to replenish it then next year. So all we're doing is kicking the can down the road for this.
Understandably so.
Which we have done the last 2 years. So I'm not saying that that's.
So,
No, I appreciate your
Sarah, the excess revenue, once this thing is full, flows into the general fund, is that correct?
Yes, it's used.
As one-time dollars.
Yes.
And I just point out, we don't, businesses come and go. We do have a multi-year lease with Lead Lock. It may not be there. They could go out of business tomorrow. It is a wonderful revenue source for our general fund. Each year, it probably covers a couple of positions, I'm imagining. Anyways, so I guess the quasi discussion is to move approximately $40,000 out of that line item to fund SPOT. And I guess the best thing to do is to get a motion on the table to tackle that one. If somebody wants to make a motion to do that, we can have a deliberation.
Mr. Mayor, may I just make a comment?
Sure, go ahead.
Towards
Councilwoman.
Mr. Howard's. I know that in Haley and Ketchum area, they have a bus service that's amazing. They take bikes all the way from south of Haley, Bellevue. They used to charge, they changed to a free bus service.
How do they pay for it?
I am not sure how they pay for it, but they are paying for it, and it is accepted with the community, and it was just easier and more efficient after running for years. And I don't know Kansas City, but this is a like community to us, and they're doing fine. I'm sure it's out of their budget somewhere. They budgeted for it. I just want to say there are free bus services that work, and they started as you paid.
Mr.
But-
Mayor, could
Go
you make
ahead,
a
Go.
motion so then we can discuss?
Yeah,
it?
yeah,
I'll make-
yeah.
Oh,
Then we can discuss. it.
I'll make the motion here. I motion to move $40,000 from the lead lock revenue to fund Spot Bus at a total of $145,000.
Second?
Moved by Dick, second by Kit.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Discussion.
Oh,
And the way this discussion is going to work, I'm going to keep it to Robert's rules. We'll each get to speak once. If somebody wants to speak a second time, we can go from there, but we'll start off. where did we start last time? We started off left. Well, this time we'll start off on the right.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I want to first of all say that I respect every single one of your opinions and the desire of wanting spot bus here. I think Councilman Howard was spot on, pun intended, about that nothing is free. This service, I have not supported the spot bus since its inception, since I've been on council, but I have supported funding it in the sake of unity with my counselors. And the majority desire and just that's what they wanted. But in this particular case, I do not support moving funding from that particular source to fund Spot Bus. And that's one of my biggest frustrations is it's never been, I believe, represented fairly to the community as, okay, is this something that community really wants? And I think a lot of the times the community doesn't even know truly how it's funded. We know how many people come to these meetings. Look at it right now. They don't really think about the unintended consequences where these monies come from. So it is an unspoken tax on the people, which is why I've never supported it the way it is. So I don't think it's a representation of the people properly. So that's why I don't support it, especially coming from the funds of a property that we're responsible for. And then if the future, we keep that 250,000 in there and we're able to use the general fund to help them out and the body who's here decides to help out a little bit here and there, then that's great. But it's not our responsibility as a city to use that money, taxpayers' money, to give people free rides. I understand it helps some people. I think there's a better way to go about it. Even if Spot goes to a funding source and then we're able to do, I know there's a lot of businesses that'd be willing to do sponsorships and things like that, but I don't feel comfortable using the taxpayers' dollars to do something like Spot. Not disregarding their heart or their feelings or their intentions, but there is an impact whether we like it or not. But
Thank you, Councilman Spiro, and not in any way, I just want to make sure you're aware that presently some of the spot funding, most all of it comes from the local option tax, which is the lodging tax, but what you're talking about, this additional money could be argued that it's taxpayer dollars. So
understood. Thank
I
you.
just wanted to make that clear for the record. Councilman Howarth, would you like
Just
to?
one additional brief comment, and maybe the onus is on me, and I haven't dug into this, but I have no idea of the efficiency or how Spot operates. Are they, the allocation methodologies? Are they optimizing their routes? I know none of that, and part of that blame is on me. I should have taken the effort to go do that, but not that withstanding. I have no idea if they're running efficiently, how they're using their dollars. Are they using, putting the right routes on, maintenance of their buses, all of that. And I have a hard time giving more money until I really, really can be convinced that they're using the money wisely.
Thank you, Councilman Howarth. Councilman Dick.
Thank you both for your comments. I appreciate it. I can tell you I've been on the Spot Bus board. I've been on a number of boards. I've chaired a number of very large nonprofit boards. And coming on to Spot in January 1 has been one of the greatest challenges that I think I've faced so far. And quite frankly, one of the greatest eye-openers in terms of how grossly underfunded Spot has been specifically by Sandpoint, not just this year, but in years past as well. This body, whether you were on it or not, asked for analytics from Spot and continued to use that as a reason why we couldn't give more money. Spot turned around prior to me being on the board, got those analytics back to the city, got it back to this body, and still was not funded the way that they should be. We will be going back. We always check the routes. For efficiency, we will be going back for more efficiency in those routes after we find out what our funding is. This is a service. The demand from the community is how do we take care of our bicycles, our pedestrians, our parking? And I don't think we've heard that more in a long time than where we are right now. The Farm and Flats discussion with residential, we're working on that right now. Spot checks every one of those boxes to keep these vehicles off of the downtown corridor, to open up for those people that will drive or those people who do want to walk or those who want to skateboard or those who want to take their families here safely, as well as that connectivity to Schweitzer Mountain and the base of Schweitzer Mountain and getting our ski tours up. It is essential for downtown restaurants and small businesses and retailers, which we employ the vast majority of, roughly 3,000 people of our 10 to 11,000 population year round. And I think this would be the best thing we do. I understand your concerns about the money moving over. As a building owner of several buildings, putting that much money into a building in 1 year, obviously I don't want to jinx it, but $40,000 I don't think is a lot. And we have a lot of tools coming up in terms of the parking management program to help SPOT get funded so that we do not need to do this again, as well as the sunsetting of the urban renewal in 2029. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Dick. Appreciate that. And thank you so much for the effort and time. I'm sure it's immense that you've put into that and stepping up to serve on the SPOT board.
Thank you.
Sincerely appreciate it. Councilwoman Duquette.
I would just say Counselor Dick said it better than I could. He's more involved in it. I just support public transportation, and we have had it. And I already shared out of turn just the talking about the free bus in Haley, how they went to free bus. Just not that that's an issue for me. Yeah, I think it's necessary, and there's 40,000 in there that I feel that we could afford to move at this point.
Thank you, Councilwoman Duquette. Councilman Schreiber.
Yeah, thank you. And I definitely appreciate the opposing point of view on this. I agree with a lot of it, and there are lots of examples of services that some people use and others don't. In terms of what Kansas City or some other city is doing, I've lived in a lot of places that have had really great bus service, and it was really well utilized by a broad spectrum of the community, not just people who couldn't drive for some reason, but it was actually the fastest and most convenient way to get around. And then I've also lived in places where the bus system was so underfunded that it was basically useless. And I think there's this watershed moment where it reaches a point where you actually see that ridership become the norm because you fully funded it. And I think the longer that we underfund it, the more sentiment like we're hearing in the community is that, oh, it's not convenient for me, so why are my tax dollars being spent on that? And the cure to that isn't to take money away from it, it's to put more money towards it so we can get to that watershed moment where it actually becomes a useful alternative in our city. Because I've seen it happen in towns like ours, not big cities, but I can name a dozen different small mountain towns like ours where it's very well utilized and it's very useful. In terms of whether we're running it efficiently, my experience with the executive director of SPOT has been she's very open to discussing any changes that we want to discuss. And that's why I brought forth the idea that we should implement the multimodal transportation plan that was adopted by a previous version of this council and fund the study about where we should be putting stops and how we should optimize that system. So I think that at this point, especially at a moment where we're going to make parking more difficult downtown, this is the moment when we need to be fully funding it so that it can hit that watershed moment where it does become something that is useful to our community and not something that people in our community resent. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman Schreiber. Council President Rule.
I'll be brief. I don't believe that 40,000 is a huge amount of money to do something one time and then look for the SPOT funds through what's going to be our new parking management systems, or look for other ways to do that. If it were the entire amount, I might take a second look at that if it were having to come out of that fund. That's all I have to say.
All right, I think deliberation, anyone want to further deliberate?
Could I make one more very, very quick comment?
You may go a second time.
I am, just to be clear, my stance is, I think public transportation is a good thing. I travel all over the world. I use public transportation. I've never, ever seen free transportation. There has always been a fee. I love public transportation. I think free is what I'm arguing against. There ought to be some amount of money being generated from user fee. That's the only difference I would say. I love the idea of public transportation. I want it to be successful. I'm only against the free component.
Can I respond to that, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Councilman Schreiber.
And perhaps Councilor Dick can actually respond to this better than I can, but due to the funding that Spot receives, if they were to charge passengers, the amount of money that they receive from federal grants would be reduced by that exact same amount. So it would not help fund anything at all. And all of the mountain towns that I've lived in, the buses were free.
Just one counter argument to that. That's a little bit like saying, hey, somebody on food stamps shouldn't go get a job because they're going to lose their food stamps.
I'm just saying it's not a solution to our problem.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
that's more than two comments.
Yes, that's, yeah, we're getting, anyone else want to make a second comment or a response? And I will not weigh in on this since, unless I have to. So with that, roll call vote.
Counselor Sprow,
No.
Counselor Howarth,
No.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Rule.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
All right, first element. Let's move on now to, let me double check here. So I think next, not in any particular order, let's, Councilman Howard, you brought up a couple of areas, including primarily one-time capital projects. You did mention the welcome sign and the opportunity for city efficiency. You wanted more information on the resiliency funding, bunch of things. So the one I can speak to right now off the top is the resiliency funding. Believe that, is it 30, 20,000?
25, I think.
Yeah, so that was my ask. I've been working on the emergency preparedness plan quite a bit, and it came to my attention that we have nothing. If for some reason there was an earthquake or the water plant went down, or we had to call our staff in for multiple days, we don't have water, we don't have MREs, we don't have a lot of things. So in addition to it's not defined what it would be, but it would be basically anything that makes the city more resilient in the preparation of a response to an emergency. So pretty broad base at this point, but just saying we need at least the ability to potentially spend to buy a case of a stack of ramen noodles. I don't know what it was. I don't want to sound like I'm a full-blown prepper. I just want to make sure that we can respond if there is a bad situation in our community. The signage, those signs, 40,000, is that right, Sarah?
45.
45. Those I put in the budget just because I visited with Councilman Cat and Councilman Howarth and casually asked them, what would you like to see if you could have a small project that's not in the budget? And I think it was Councilwoman Duquette said, why don't we have signs coming into town? So we visited with staff briefly, and what does it take to put up in a proper sign, kind of like the blue sign when you come into Sandpoint. Thought is one over by Dover and one coming in from US 2 from Ponderay. It's not going to be an amazing sign, but more than just a green sign that says welcome Sandpoint. So I have no emotion to that. It was just something I was trying to fit in. I guess I'll speak to the vehicles, and in terms of the 1 ton and the 1 ton for streets and water, keep in mind that those are separate funds. And streets is our most constrained of all of them. But the water department, they do get called out at all hours for repairs, for meter reading, for taking care of the facilities. They pretty much do need a independent vehicle available at all times to service the water district or the water utility and streets. Holly, do you mind just speaking to that 1 ton and the thoughts and the purpose, the duality that you had spoken to?
Yes, so for clarity, the water department is replacing one of their service vehicles. They use the service vehicles to respond to leaks and emergency situations. This is just a replacement, and this replacement is accounted for in our water rates. So we plan to replace this vehicle, and we're replacing it following that rate study. For our street department, we have a 1 ton that we requested. Again, this is a replacement. The idea in the 1 ton is that it would provide snowplow opportunity for small responses. So it would be a service vehicle for us, again, replacement, and also provide snowplow services. More efficient than taking our big snowplow or equipment out. If we had to just take that service vehicle out and respond to a cul-de-sac or a small call.
Yeah, and I'll just give an example of that, Councilman Howarth. Frequently, the gate on the snowplow, sometimes because a car is coming at them or it's loading wrong, sometimes they do end up dumping a bunch of snow in someone's driveway or in the wrong place. And frequently the crews will go out and hit those little cleanup jobs. So I can speak to that. And if you haven't seen those cars, they have a bunch of tools in them. They're kind of sort of mobile workstations. They got crowbars and welders and other stuff in them at times. So,
Mr. Mayor, maybe if I can clarify, just to maybe move us forward, I know it's getting late. I was not picking on those necessarily. My point was I would like to use the signage money to go kick off an efficiency study. I just used those as potential examples of what this study would go look at. There may be other duplicate equipment that may be more opportunistic to then go share. But I just saw those 2 line items, similar kinds of, so it was just an example. I'm not necessarily picking on those. What I'm advocating for is the efficiency study, looking at the IT infrastructure, duplicate vehicles, duplicate equipment, all holistically is what I was trying to convey. And I don't think I did a good job of that the first time.
oh, thank you for that clarification. So, yeah, I think for those issues, if there's nothing else to really discuss about those 1 times, I get your point. A simple motion to reallocate the signage line item to an efficiency study. And that would get it on the table. And my only point to that is I like to think of small things we can do that make our town look better. I know looks are superficial. I just throw out is, does it make our town look more of a destination? You've arrived if we have more substantial signage. I'm impartial. I think they're both great projects. So with that, if you wanted to make a motion to reallocate the signage, welcome signage line item to an efficiency study and get a second, I think we could have deliberation and solve that.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to use the $45,000 of welcome sign money, reallocate it to an efficiency study for the city.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Howarth, second by Dick. Discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead,
I
Council.
think signage is important, and like I've said before, it's the, I call it the low-hanging fruit that makes our community stand out and be welcoming. You don't know when you hit Sandpoint coming from the west. The north coming south from the north is not even easier. Yeah, I never thought of one from the north. Another study, I don't know, to me, it just seems we spend a lot of money on studies, and do they go anywhere? I'm not sure. Your resiliency thing, I think, is a great idea, because like if you had a 72-hour lockdown, there are kids that, and on the climate committee I'm on, we have talked about trying to teach residents what they do need.
Councilwoman Duquette, I love where you're going. I'm a big fan,
Let's
but
go.
let's keep it just to the signage, right?
Okay, well, I thought you threw that all in there too.
No,
then.
no, just
Okay,
just
sorry.
signage.
Okay, signage. Yep, I agree that the signs are easy to, they're not that expensive and they make a community more welcoming and more special.
Any other council comment on the left here? Not politically, just physically. Although, no.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I don't dislike that idea at all. I would support that. I think that it's there. I don't know of any specific, efficiency gains to be had, but I support taking a look at it and hopefully we find some ways to spend tax dollars better.
Council President Rule.
I don't have any comments.
All right. On the right, Councilman Dick.
I appreciate your sentiments, Councillor Howarth. I am a big fan of wayfinding and signs as well, Councilwoman Duquette. However, what I would like to see is we're eventually going to fix from Church down to First and Superior anyway, right? Where we have an opportunity to do a marvelous welcome to Sandpoint somehow, some way. Right, and a gateway that comes in. It would be nice to get that one the other direction, but the money that might be saved by doing the efficiency study might buy us better wayfinding at another opportunity, so I would be supportive.
Has anyone seen Office Space? The efficiency
Yeah,
study?
no.
Okay. We just went through the comp and classification study. I just don't want anyone to freak out.
I'll just make a real quick comment. Very easily low-hanging fruit is the IT server in Sand. That is a slam dunk. Go contract it. There's no need for us to go buy that. That's 200 and how many $1,000?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, it's a big chunk of money right there, right? And then we free that money up. We can come back and do signs later on.
I know we could have got 45,000, but it's fine.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. I think we had some good deliberations. Will be a roll call vote.
Counselor-
Sorry. I need to hear the motion.
Yeah, really.
To reallocate the
$49,000.
$40,000 for sign, gateway signs to an efficiency study.
45,000.
45.
So I'm going to say I do have a comment. It seems very vague to say that without knowing what the parameters are for that, nor the cost of it. So I feel like we're throwing spaghetti on the wall in a way because I don't have any details of what we're gonna do with that. And that, it's not to say that we don't need to do that. There's just nothing there for me to base my decision
A
upon.
lot of trust in the mayor. How about this? If this passes, I will have staff bring some options for how we tackle that before we spend money on it. Do you?
Well, you're likely going to have a contract with a consultant and a presentation, and it's all going to be explained as to what's evaluated. I would think that council will have a say in exactly what is evaluated in your efficiency study. That's going to be your decision point. Not to mention, you might have to put it out to bid.
Yeah.
Less than 50,000, but and your motion could be not to exceed 40,000.
If I could amend my motion, not to exceed 45,000.
Is there a concurrence with that amendment? Who made the second?
Second, yeah.
Okay. So I guess going back to roll call vote unless Council President Rule wants to expand on her comments. Okay, so we have a roll call vote.
Counselor Rule,
No.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Duquette,
No.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth,
Yes.
Counselor Sprow.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion passes.
All right, making progress here, folks. Thank you. Love to jump into Ontario Highway 2 design. You mentioned that, Councilman Howarth. I think some background on that. First of all, we are likely to engage ITD as a partner. I believe they've already started discussing that. Is that correct, Holly, to some degree?
Highway to Ontario realignment is probably one of our more refined concepts in our multimodal transportation plan. ITD has already done some planning efforts for that project. $400,000 is not the cost of the project. That's what we are coming to the table to offer ITD, recognizing it's a priority for our community. It's a dangerous intersection. The approach is to realign that intersection into a T intersection and make it a lot safer. It is not on ITD's ITIP plan, meaning they are not planning to work on that intersection in the next 10 years. By coming to the table and offering a partnership with them, we're able to prioritize that project. And again, it's going to start with conversations with ITD to get their partnership, get their buy-off, also property acquisition. So this has been a priority for the community for many years, and this would be the first step in bringing that intersection into fruition and making it a safer intersection at Highway 2.
And-
So it'd be ITD who'd partner with us.
And the funding, I believe, if I recall, a portion of that is coming from development impact fees. Is that correct? Yeah.
This is
All development impact fees.
Mhm.
And then finally, Councilman Howard, the lights on the system, appreciate it, but my general sense is that those are to some degree undesirable because they create more stop points. But I'm not a traffic engineer. I can't speak to that, but so with that, Councilman Howard, do you feel like there's any further action for you on that item coming from impact fees and?
I fully understand the funding source. Again, I think there's other ways to solve that problem than land acquisition and reorienting it so it's a T. I'm just not in favor of the project per se.
I guess how could we, any future council action on that line item, you would have the opportunity to engage on it at that time. But for budget purposes, unless you have, and we are kind of constrained by our capital improvement plan and our transportation impact fee to work towards those projects on that capital improvement plan. I guess I'd be hesitant to strike that off without a replacement because we do have a time constraint to spend those dollars, 8 years. So
If I could clarify, if in the presentation to council, if we say yes to it, all I would ask Holly is that in partnership with ITD, if we could come in with multiple options other than just, teeing it, are there other ways that we can solve the same problem that may be less expensive? That's all I'm really trying to look for. So as long as we can, bring a
Councilman Howarth, I hope you are on the council to enjoy the ITD planning process because they will have alternative 1, 2, and 3 preferred alternative.
Good.
Yeah, it's a robust process.
Cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And just preliminary, the division intersection is nearby with a signal, and you don't like to have one block signal to signal. But that's something we can look at when we start kick off that design effort.
Thank you.
All right, I think we have tackled Councilman Howard's areas and leaving us with Councilman Spiro's sports volleyball. I'm not sure if there's a specific action or direction, and Councilman Schreiber. So I'd like to hand it off.
Mayor, I'm sorry, real quick. There was one more I had, which was the infiltration, $280,000.
Yeah, Holly, do you want to speak to that?
I know in the past, we've done a lot of work to improve that.
Millions.
My sense is that any gain that we're going to get from this is small and incremental and is not going to make any impact on what we have to go build for our wastewater treatment plant.
I would largely concur with that. We are committed to reducing I&I. So our efforts to eliminate groundwater, stormwater from entering our wastewater treatment plant is going to be a challenge that our sewer department is going to have for the next 20, 30 years. And it's not a challenge we're going to or we have to continue to take it on. I&I is often caused by old leaky pipes. So it's an indication of crumbling infrastructure that we do need to replace. So our collection facility plan requires that we address our old leaky pipes. And so that I&I reduction is called I&I to really just show the impact that replacement of that old infrastructure is going to have. But ultimately, it's occurring because it is old infrastructure. It's also required by DEQ, not only in our collection system plan, but our facility plan for the water treatment plant. We just had a violation at our wastewater treatment plant, and one of our corrective actions was to reduce I&I. It's a tall ask, a tall order. The $280,000 is not going to resolve it, but it's one chip away at it.
Thank you. I can certainly understand the crumbling infrastructure. I can get behind that, so I'm okay. Thank you.
Mr.
Excellent.
Mayor, my
Go ahead.
question was relative to Holly answering, if you want to move to that one.
Oh, sure, go ahead. Watershed, I'm sorry, I had that highlighted. I did not hit that.
Well, then she doesn't have to jump around.
Yeah, so the watershed, this all resulted, and I can speak to the top end of it. I think it was 2 years ago. I think we had 75,000 in there for that. I made some offhand comment of, if you're worried about us spending it all, let's put more in there, because the watershed does produce significant revenue, with that revenue dedicated to maintenance and enhancement of the watershed. So that's been at that level for, this will be 2 years if it stays. There are no specific identified plans other than general, maintenance and preparation of the watershed for future harvest. I will continue to say that I will be a huge proponent if there are overlapping opportunities to invest that money in an area for future harvest, potential replacement of culverts or better grading of access roads, and there's an overlapping benefit that could benefit, say, cross-country skiing or public access. I will continue to try to look for those opportunities, because I think that watershed represents a great public resource that we should be trying to activate year-round. But there are no specific targeted plans at this point, other than general work with Idaho Forest Management to design and invest in whatever it needs for future harvest.
Okay, I'd like to hear what Holly has to say in her plan with her details, please. Thank you.
Absolutely, Councilor Duquette.
Rule.
It's okay. It's late.
Yeah.
You can call me whatever
Um,
at this point. It doesn't matter.
The mayor was accurate in his assessment. This is a rollover. Our intention is to use this money for a timber sale. Those budget goes to building roads, culverts, infrastructure. There's also a little in that budget for opportunities for if we were to go and look at a fire break, perhaps a grant match or other opportunities as they present themselves, we'd be able to pivot and allocate those in addition to the timber sale. So we didn't have a refined scope beyond the timber sale, but if we wanted to look at a fire break, which is something we've heard a lot of interest, we have that funding to provide that opportunity, or at least support a portion of it.
And would this be connected, I'm guessing, obviously, to the priorities in our timber management plan?
Yes.
Okay, because the way this is listed is, I guess what I'm looking for is more of that detail in that $250,000, because when you go into the capital project pieces, it talks about noxious weeds and it talks about erosion and different things like that. And it was just very vague, but I guess we don't have a set project and we're rolling these funds over and we don't have a planned project. If we have a planned project, will that then come back to the council for approval?
Yes, we have our timber management plan. So our approach would be to select one of those projects out of it, present to council, and move forward with contracting that effort, all in alignment with the timber management plan and the watershed management plan.
And from what I recall, those maps are all prioritized as to what we would go to next. Exactly.
Yes, and
Okay.
there's recommendations as to how often you do a timber sale as
Okay.
well.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. So moving on to Councilman Schreiber, where do you want to start? You have something in your head, so why don't you just try to be efficient and get us to the end of this meeting as soon as you can.
Oh man, make me go last, of course. Yeah, so Great Northern. Great Northern is budgeted $1.5 million, and that's coming out of SURA funding. that funding sunsets in 2029, I believe.
The district sunsets in 2029. I don't know, maybe Fonda or Sarah know if it's the beginning of 2029 or the end of the fiscal year. But
Don't know. I was actually wondering that today and
Yeah.
we'll find that out.
yes.
Regardless, that's not super important to my point here. I would like to see that project put on hold for now. We've talked about doing stormwater improvements there, but another line item in this budget is a stormwater master plan. And so I think it's somewhat premature to do stormwater improvements on Great Northern prior to doing that plan. I also think that there are other projects in this Northern Surrey district that would benefit a wider swath of the community and would be a better use of that funding. I think that after we look at the stormwater master plan, we should consider funding that stormwater in the Great Northern area with local improvement district, because I think that that would be a bit more equitable rather than asking people who live in the core of Sandpoint to fund improvements that benefit a very small number of landowners who bought vacant land knowing that it was marshland, and asking the city to drain it for them doesn't seem equitable to me. It also, I think, would jeopardize our support for a future stormwater utility, which was identified in the mayor's capital improvement plan or strategic plan. So I think if the public sees that we're giving it away for free to some landowners and then going back and asking them to create a stormwater utility and pay an extra line item on their bill, it might make that process a lot harder for us in the future. In terms of where I think that funding could be better used, our multimodal transportation plan identifies a Baldy extension to Highway 2. It crosses land that the city of Sandpoint already owns. I did have some brief conversations with our public works director about it, and I think it wouldn't be very difficult for us to utilize that money on that project instead. One thing that really struck me was that this hearing that we had tonight, when I was watching the planning and zoning meeting for that, our city engineer mentioned that the Baldy and Boyer intersection is an F. And I actually looked in our multimodal transportation plan, it's the only F that we have. It's the only failing intersection that we have in our system. So I think there's no failing intersections on Great Northern. We have time to put that project on hold until after we finish the stormwater plan and divert these funds over to the intersection that needs it the most. This is where the mayor's sidewalk project also comes into play, because that sidewalk project is directly adjacent to that Baldy and Boyer intersection. So from a mobilization standpoint, it makes sense to do that sidewalk project at the same time that we're doing Baldy and Boyer and the extension on out to the highway. So I would take that $500,000 that's also SURA funding and put that towards the preliminary engineering and design and possible beginning of work, depending on how fast that design happens, towards the Baldy extension rather than the Great Northern Project.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Schreiber. Let me just briefly respond to that. So one of the, and I don't, can you pull up a map, Sarah, of just showing the western side of the airport? One of the impetuses and rationales for having an urban renewal district is that the investments they make in public space is going to generate a tax increment that otherwise wouldn't be there. The but for, like, the foundational element of it is this financing tool and tax reallocation tool stimulates development that benefits the tax base of the city. So this western side of the airport is one of the few areas that we have a lot of potential infill for development, especially for industrial development, which is a big issue for me because I would like us to maintain our diverse economy. We can do few things to really spur and be a partner with the private sector, and utilization of urban renewal dollars is one of the things we can do to stimulate investment in our community. We've spent about maybe slightly over $1 million on the design for Great Northern in anticipation of that railroad crossing grant. We have those plans 90%, 70%, 80%, I forget where they're at, Holly, 60% plans. And the goal of that, and of course, those plans included the road alignment, the pathway, and stormwater. The goal of this $1.5 million on that SUR allocation is to try to glean anything from this $1 million of plan sets that are sitting on the shelf right now and try to just take out the stormwater component, basically to try to bring at least a solution for this western side of the airport, which is inundated with water everywhere, and come up with a comprehensive solution to stormwater drainage there. I don't know what it's going to look like. I'm not suggesting that we fund the whole thing, but I think if we could at least get those plans to a level where all the property owners know that here's how it's going to work, it would be beneficial. And at this time of onshoring, reshoring jobs to the U.S., I'm hopeful that we can prepare this land for more industrial investment. And I guess my final thing is I love everything else you're saying. I think there's money to do all of it. Just a quick recap, the Northern District projected revenues are about $6 million by the time it sunsets, maybe more once Amazon goes up. We'll get a couple years of tax collection there. And right now, that district really doesn't have any identified plans. Like we're kind of, Great Northern was it. We tried Baldy property acquisition and a sidewalk and pedestrian from Division over to Boyer. Ran into a lot of challenges with how do you move the utilities and get the property to put a proper sidewalk in. So what I'm saying is I think there's money to do both, but certainly a priority in the next 12 months for us to get together and really try to give urban renewal some clarity on how they're going to spend a fairly significant amount of money in the next, I guess it's 3 or 4 years by the time that district expires, or else those funds are returned to the taxing districts that they were recovered from. So I think we can do both. I'm just asking for that funding in there so we can go to SURA with your support and say, what can we glean out of this $1 million worth of plan sets that are sitting on a shelf right now?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
could I just a brief comment to add? I don't know if it was when the Northern District was created, but in 2005, the Great Northern Project came as an idea. So it's been 20 years in the making that we've been wanting to move forward with this concept to revitalize and provide economic development in this area by the Great Northern Project. Just some history.
Thanks, Holly.
Can I respond to that, Mr. Mayor?
Sure. Let's just go around the horn and see if any other council members want to chip in, and then absolutely.
Okay.
If you don't mind. Any other council members want to weigh in or provide any comments on this subject?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Rule?
more of a question. Is that Baldy extension even part of the Northern District?
The Baldy extension is bifurcated. There's a portion of it that is in the revenue allocation area where they can spend money. The majority of, I'm sorry, I'm confused. I'm thinking about the Great Northern.
Great Northern is half and half. Baldy is in the.
I believe Baldy is in it. Yeah, we looked at that the other day with Kyle.
Okay, because that wasn't clear.
I will confirm that.
My only other comment would be that I could see both of these bringing, improving the commerce situation just because of the heavy equipment and the bigger trucks that could come out if that extension ever were built. But we already have $1 million on the table somewhere else. So that's my only comment.
Any other council comments on this subject?
Clarification, $1 million with.
Already spent
Good sign.
in plans.
Yeah, that's the discouraging part.
The pie's half baked.
I'm sorry.
The pie is half baked.
Okay. So am I.
Uh-huh.
Can't help it.
Can I add something too?
Please, Sarah.
This budget went to SUR already. budget on Tuesday. So if we were to do anything, it would need to go back to them and they would need to probably amend at least the description of it. They would need to talk about as well.
Councilman Schreiber, the only thing I would add is I'm fully supportive of all that you want to do. I think it's a great idea. Timing wise, I think we might need a little more time for the Baldy Mountain Boyer. I love the idea of trying to fund that through SURA. I think that's a great idea. And on the property to the east where the blue buildings are, that Baldy extension, we had talked briefly about, I mean, we're gonna have to work with the railroad. That's like a 10-year process, probably ITD, but we can do some of the planning and design work and maybe even buy that lease out early. So I'm all in favor of your direction of where you're headed. And I would just leave that with you. So please follow up with anything you'd like, and we can, if you want to make a motion, we can act on that.
Yeah, to echo what the council president just said, all of those properties that would benefit from Great Northern would also benefit from the Baldy extension, as well as all of the citizens of Sandpoint, because it would allow us to remove the truck route down Division and the truck route down Boyer south of Baldy. That right now, all those trucks are routed through the roundabout in front of Super One, and that's not a long-term solution. We also just put in, I don't know how many, 300 units of housing directly north of that intersection. All of those new residents are going to be routed through that roundabout at Super One. So this is a solution that's going to affect a wide swath of our community, not just a few property owners out on the very fringes of our town. I spoke with Holly, and in the multimodal plan, it estimates that project at 20 million. So 6 million is not even going to cover it. In fact, I don't know that that estimate covered the improvements at Baldy and Boyer even. So it's very likely that we could spend that entire 6 million just improving Baldy and Boyer to the point where it's not our only failing intersection right now. And then we would still have to find funding for the rest after SURA sunsets in 2029. Furthermore, the improvements that we do out on Great Northern are likely to not really have an immediate impact on those properties, meaning that SURA will probably sunset before they get developed anyway, and we won't see that tax increment until that funding source is already gone.
Thank
So
you.
I would like to make a motion. Oh, if you have a question, go ahead.
Funding for walk me quickly through the funding again for the Baldy Boyer extension.
So right now, there's $1.5 million going to
the
Great Northern, as
okay.
well as $500,000 going to a sidewalk project directly south of Baldy and Boyer. I'm proposing that we take that $2 million and put it towards the Baldy extension project that was identified as a short-term priority in our multimodal transportation plan that has been adopted by this council.
It is an important connection, I believe also. It would do a lot.
And it would be a critical part of any sort of westward bypass.
Exactly. That's what I was just thinking. Bypass I've supported for quite a while.
Mr. Mayor, can you make a motion, please?
So I would make a motion to move the money from the Great Northern Project and the sidewalk project from Baldy to
Railroad.
Cedar, that $2 million, and put it towards the Baldy extension project.
I second.
Just for clarification, did you also want to look at the intersection? Or you want it first focused on the Baldy extension process?
Oh, yeah, I would include that intersection as part of the project.
So a motion again? Is that an amendment of the motion?
Just an amendment.
Amend.
The Baldy Mountain and Boyer intersection.
Yeah.
And does the second agree with you? Matt?
Yes, the second amendment.
Any discussion?
So Mayor, how would this affect our current trajectory for our staff if we were to pivot to what Councilman Schreiber?
I think we would probably just hire a consultant to begin framing out what that design looks like.
And the money we've spent already.
Great Northern. It's a $29 million project, so I think that's dead in the water. $1 million wasted until we pick it up someday.
I would disagree with that. I think that that $1 million can be utilized by a future stormwater utility, the same that we were going to utilize it this year.
Any other discussion? I would just add, I know I'm not voting on this, but one of the interesting things about urban renewal is if they can do work that when they sunset, the land is then primed and ready for development, that development occurs, then the city's going to get tax revenue from that investment. So by clearing up the stormwater issue on that west side or partnering in that, we are setting the city up for future industrial investment there that will directly benefit our tax rolls.
And to clarify my position, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do that stormwater project. I just think that SURA is not the correct funding source and now is not the correct time. We should do our stormwater plan first and then decide on the funding source.
I guess my question would be, how can both of them be initiated, started?
Yeah, we can work on the stormwater utility. It's going to be slower than, the neat thing about SUR is they can do it and act on it because the money's theirs. But stormwater utility, we would pursue both to the best of our ability.
We could also investigate a local improvement district.
Point of order, can we vote on
Yes.
it? I think
Yes,
we've heard as much
roll call.
information as we.
Roll call vote on the motion.
Counselor Dick,
Counselor Schreiber, I love where you're going, and I wish we weren't this far into the game. I would love to move forward with you, but I can't get over the fact of the money that we've already spent, that SUR's budget has already been completed and setting the city up for future investment. No.
Counselor Duquette,
Oh, boy. So we would lose that million that's been spent, is what you're saying?
It's a set of plans.
What?
It's a set of plans that are 60% complete.
And we can't use those plans.
They're just going to sit there until we do
Later.
something with them. We can use them later. It's just, I don't know when.
I know we've done that before, with plans on the shelf. Oh, yeah, I'd say yes.
Counselor Howarth,
No.
Counselor Sprow,
Tough. Councilmember Schreiber, I think it's a brilliant idea. I think it's a good idea. As Councilor Dick said, it's pretty far down the road at the moment for me to feel confident to make a yes decision, so I'm gonna have to say no. But I do respect your thought process a lot.
Counselor Rule,
My comment would be that I think it would be a great item for next year's budget, but for this year, no.
Counselor Schreiber,
Obviously, yes.
Mr. Mayor, motion fails.
Okay.
Fortunately, we'll have.
Um,
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion if we can cancel this last item. People want to drink at the beach, we can talk about that later, but
I was going to
Rather go
also
home.
suggest
Yeah.
that.
I fully concur. I think that last item, item 15 can be kicked down the can, Jason, if that's,
Mr. Mayor,
And
We also had
Consent.
consent.
we also had the
Yeah.
grant.
oh, yes.
can we do
Yeah.
that
but wait.
Thank you.
there's
later
more.
also? Can we do that another time?
Just a moment.
Right.
Let me just finish up this budget. Is there anything else in the budget that anyone feels like they want to manipulate, adjust, or
Yeah.
again?
I still have 2 or 3 more things on my list.
I
And I'm
really want
sorry
to
that
get,
I'm bringing it up at this late moment, but this is
No,
the
you're-
first opportunity I've
totally,
had.
totally.
So I don't
Don't
think that it was a
apologize.
good idea to schedule SURA's budget hearings before ours.
they're an independent entity, so you're right. We can do better, but I want to really, I appreciate that, Councilman Spiro. I think we will end up dropping item 15, but we are going to have to revisit the one that was pulled off consent. So we'll just try to move as efficiently as possible. Floor is yours, Councilman Schreiber.
Sorry to hold everybody up on this. So the sidewalk project, I've obviously stated my opinion about the project on the west side of Boyer. I do support the grant funded project on the east side of Boyer, patching up those last couple pieces all the way up to Schweitzer Mountain's a great idea. I do think that we need to be prioritizing higher traffic routes with our sidewalk and pathway project. Again, going back to creating a situation that makes parking more difficult downtown. We should be creating a route that allows pedestrian traffic into downtown. The route that I would suggest, unlike the route that the mayor has suggested, is actually in the multimodal transportation plan as a prioritized pedestrian route. That would be Main Street from the senior center to Division. You know, I think people in Southwest Sandpoint have a plowed bike trail to get them to and from downtown. I think that there are a lot of people living in Northwest Sandpoint who also deserve that same option. Not to mention that it would provide a safe route to school going the other direction towards Farman Elementary. So I would like to see that project prioritized. Like I said, when you take out the
Councilman Schreiber, just in all due respect, do you feel like you can make a motion to move money and see if we get a second on that? And then you can kind of go into the details, or?
Sure. There's a couple funding sources that I've identified. One would be the streets capital projects. Holly was great to give me some more information about her vehicle purchases, and the vehicle that she identified as the least high priority on this year's budget was the 99 grader that needed to be replaced, and that was a line item of 400,000. I also think that it would be wise to delay the traffic impact assessment until our paid parking is implemented, because I think that might have a effect on that assessment, and it would be a shame to do it this year and then have it change enough that we'd have to do it again next year. So that's another $50,000. That would be more than enough, more than the normal amount that we put into sidewalks and paths, which is about 200 to 250,000.
So Councilman Schreiber, if I understand you clearly, your motion might be something to reallocate $400,000 of the one-time dollars for the 99 grader replacement and redirect the $50,000 for the traffic impact study to a sidewalk project aligned with a multimodal plan, which is Main.
Yes, I'm open to which project that is. That was just my suggestion. I
Okay.
think it needs to be a higher traffic project than Baldy to Cedar.
Well, Baldy is coming out of sewer dollars, so.
I'm aware, that's why I'm proposing an alternate funding source.
Okay, yeah, right. So we're not talking about taking Baldy away, we're talking about adding, okay. Would you like to make that motion and see if you get a second?
Get clarification, Main from where to where?
From the senior center, which is
Okay.
roughly Ruth or
Uh-huh.
Florence, west to Division towards Farm Elementary.
Okay. Would you like to make that motion?
Yes, I would make that motion. Is that clear enough, or do I need to say?
I think it's pretty clear.
Okay.
Is there a second for the motion to redirect the $400,000 plan for the one-time monies for the grader, 99 grader replacement, and $50,000 from the traffic impact study to a priority multimodal route improvement on Main Street?
I would second. I was told that we could not move that one-time money.
Well, we'll have that under discussion in just a second.
But you can move it to a one-time thing, that's fine.
I see.
So
You
there's
just can't use it for operations.
I gotcha.
a
Okay.
motion and a second discussion. Go ahead, Councilman Spiro.
Holly, it was said that this is a lowest of your priority for this vehicle, but that doesn't mean it's not a priority. How would that affect us next year not having that vehicle?
There are opportunities for sidewalk projects. We have a local option tax every year that supports a project. Main Street in particular, we have a project identified for sidewalk. So we have a funding source. For equipment, we don't. It's the general fund. So there's not a lot of grant opportunities for equipment, and we don't have a revenue source allocated for equipment. So if we did not have this purchase of equipment, we would have a challenge in the future of a multi-$1,000 equipment piece that we would need to purchase.
But if we do purchase this vehicle in the near future, this is a project on Main Street that we'll be touching.
We have in our local option tax, one of the projects that we committed to with that vote was Main Street sidewalk from at the senior center location. The limits are on my map are showing from Boyer to Ella. We always look for opportunities to stretch those dollars, but Main Street sidewalk is anticipated in the next 5 years, and I could get back to you on exactly when on our capital plan.
Okay.
And just to follow up on that question, Councilman Spiro, I don't know how aware you are of our snow removal, probably not as aware as you need to be. We do snow removal with a two-stage snow blower. We put $45,000 approximately into that snow blower last year to keep it repaired and running, put a new engine in it. It is literally falling apart. It's all the welds are breaking. If that two-stage snow blower goes down, these graders are our primary mechanism for clearing snow. I don't think we're going to get a whole lot more snow in the future because of changes in the climate, but if we do have a bad snow year and that snow blower goes down, this 1999 grader is the workhorse that clears snow in our city.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
One question for Holly. What would be the anticipated cost of that section with design and implementation and everything? It would, I'm guessing, far exceed the money that wants to be moved.
I'm not sure. I don't know how many blocks of sidewalk or if Councilor Schreiber was thinking one side of the road or the other, and what the infill is the big question. So it's tough to scope that project. It feels like it might be the right amount, though.
Okay, thank you.
Any other council discussion on this motion?
Mr. Mayor, I did have one question for Sarah.
Go ahead.
So if Holly came with a request for 400,000 for that same grader next year, would our one-time purchases be tapped out and she would not be able to make that request?
It depends on what we have happen this year.
Okay, but
So
I recall you saying that we're actually looking for one-time purchases because our fund was getting so large.
Yes.
Okay,
correct.
so
Yeah,
it's not
it's
tapped
available
out right
every
now.
year.
Yeah.
Well, and we have the emergency. I got to read the emergency that we're going to be doing up in Boyer. I got to replenish that this next year. So even if we had one-time money, it's going to probably replenish that before it goes to anything else.
Okay.
A question?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Duquette.
I remember what it was. Is there an option to lease, with the option to buy, lease with the option to buy?
I'm sure those are out there. We haven't looked at it closely for that piece of equipment. We have leased similar pieces of equipment, and it's been very costly, and we've very quickly spent in a lease what we could have spent in purchase. I've not done that assessment for a grader, but a different piece of equipment, kind of similar, that was our outcome. But we could look into that.
And can the Main Street sidewalk be continued farther to help the school, Farman kids get to Division instead of just to Ella?
We can look to see how far we can stretch those dollars. When those projects were originally scoped, the intent was to look for projects that were about $250,000. So my gut, without looking at that stretch between Ella and Division, is that we're going to need more than that 250, but that's something we could assess.
Thank you.
Councilman Schreiber, I just want to say I love the idea of doing more sidewalks, especially on Main Street. I'm not against that at all. I just want to point out what we're trying to balance. There's a motion and a second and some discussion. Shall we do a roll call vote?
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Howarth,
I will simply say, I love your creativity. I love the idea. I am very worried that we're depending on a 1999 grader, and so I've got to say no.
Counselor Rule,
No.
Counselor Duquette,
Yeah, unfortunately, I have to go with the grader also, no.
Counselor Dick.
Again, I have to concur with Councilor Howarth over here, and I wish we had more of these opportunities prior to where we are right now to discuss this as a group. and budget strategy, but I'm in the same boat with the grader and I vote no.
Counselor Sprow.
To our shame, your past two ideas have been wonderful. But to our shame, it's been in the last hour and hopefully we can learn from this. And I look forward to this project being worked on in the next 5 years. But in the particular case right now, I'm gonna have to say no. But
Mr. Mayor, motion fails.
All right, Councilman Trevor, anything else you'd like to bring forward?
Yeah, so you and I had a conversation privately about trees, and you had mentioned a priority to plant trees between Division and Boyer along the path, but I didn't see that identified in the budget anywhere. Could you that?
The area where that would be funded would be from our forestry grant. We got approximately $100,000. Roughly, I want to say about 50 or 60 is for requirement of the grant for tree inventory. There will be residual dollars that I've asked Eric Bush and Holly to direct towards at all possible some kind of trees along that division pathway from division, or that US2 pathway from Division to Boyer.
Okay. And given my losing streak here, I'll just go ahead and say that there are lots of stumps around downtown and they should be replaced with live trees. I think that it's a crucial part of the character of our downtown, and considering that we're looking at some significant funding for the phase 2 of downtown revitalization, I can't think of a better way to use that money.
I concur, and Director Welker just asked the other day if we could move some money that he has available this budget year to replace some of those stumps. So that is in the works, and I think we're going to be able to make that happen. Oh, all right, awesome. I think I really appreciate all your time. Let's keep moving since we're still all awake. Director Welker, any concern with punting item 15 to the next council meeting? Okay, council, do we need a motion for that? Can I get a motion to continue or table, or is it a continue or a table?
Postpone.
Postpone item 15 to our next council meeting.
So moved.
Second.
This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Sprow.
yes.
Counselor Howarth.
Yes.
Counselor Dick.
Yes.
Counselor Duquette.
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber.
Yes.
Counselor Rule.
Yes.
And we are on our final item, I believe, which was
Can't we put that off?
Because
That-
that should take 1 minute.
Yes.
No, it's,
Well, I've got, I answered, I'm happy to answer any
did not
questions.
have a chance to
Okay.
ask
y-
questions.
You were the
and
one
I-
who pulled off the consent. Let me just ask Director Welker, is there any significant ramification if we put that to the next meeting?
Just delays the project. Yeah, we have a,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay,
Okay, we got to do it.
let's discuss it. So moving on to item number 10, which was pulled off consent by Councilwoman Duquette. The floor is yours, Councilwoman Duquette.
My issue is now I'm being rushed through it again.
No rush.
You have all night.
No, I don't have all night. I have counselors rolling their eyeballs and they'll be telling me to make a motion before I even get to finish what I'm trying to say. When this came before us before, I wanted questions answered about the grant and what would be done with it. Again, it was a pressure, had to have it done, had to get the grant in. I was directed to, Pam, you're just voting for the possibility of getting it. You're just voting to send the grant in. And I'm like, why, if I'm not happy with what the grant is about, why do I have to be pressured to say, yes, I want you to apply for it if then I don't want it? So I have questions about what's in it. I read it. I voiced before,
Can you, Councilwoman Duquette, can maybe I help? Jason, can you give a very brief summary of what the grant is?
I know what it is, unless everybody else wants to hear it. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I thought you didn't
You
understand
know
what was
what
in
the
it.
grant is. But does it have to be that? Do we have to give Wi-Fi to the RV park? We don't. It's in the grant. It says that you will provide Wi-Fi. These are my questions.
Right.
That keeps them from going to the coffee shops and spending money, keeps them isolated in this little fancy RV park, which I just don't think helps economy. I understand that it will bring more money for rental for the RV spaces. I'm just going to speed through this. Guys, let me. I wash to give them a shower and a new bathroom. We have an aged bathroom at City Beach. It would be lovely to incorporate that with what you're calling an RV park's bathroom and facility. Can that money be used to make a better bathroom and a shower for the city beach, and call that as part of the grant? You're saying yes. So the things that are in the grant don't have to be that. You don't have to put a bathroom and a shower in the RV park. You don't have to give them Wi-Fi.
If we build a new bathroom in the RV park, if the budget allows us to achieve that, which is one of the things articulated in the grant application, it would be to serve a dual purpose. In my image, it would be a public restroom that could be available for mortgage customers who have slips at the docks immediately adjacent to the RV park. Anybody visiting the park who parks in the parking lot could go use the restroom in our public RV park, which is part of the City Beach
And so
greater park facility. But no, we wouldn't upgrade our existing restrooms, which are several hundred yards away from the RV campground with the RV fund grant.
Oh, it's pretty far.
Yeah.
It's at the other end of the beach. And I know the mayor's focus has been fix what we have, which I agree with. That bathroom is not in really good shape. It would be lovely to have a shower there. I guess I don't like, I guess.
There actually is a shower there. It's an outdoor shower. And
Yeah, I know. And
last night.
it hardly, the one that you spray on your feet?
No, it has an overhead shower.
Okay, sometimes it works and sometimes it won't shut off. I mean, I've been down there when they're trying to get the water to shut off. That is in disrepair. To me, that requires more attention than making a fancy RV park, in my opinion. Those are the things I wanted to talk about before I agreed to have the application sent in. And that's why I don't like to be rushed through those things, because I don't get a chance to talk about it.
Just to clarify for the council, this is a $950,000 grant with a $50,000 match. So we're looking at getting 95% of this $1 million project paid for with state recreation vehicle license revenues.
I understand that, and I don't like being put in the position of saying no to a $950,000 grant because I didn't get it worked out in my head first and what I thought was important and not important.
Keep in mind, we haven't even accepted the grant offer yet, so you'll have plenty of opportunities to weigh in on what gets implemented at that location when we come back with design concepts that would be approved by this body, construction contracts that would be approved by this body. We haven't even begun the process of.
You just said you had to start it.
No, we have to, the mayor needs council's approval before he can sign the grant agreement, which we will then provide to the state, which then would unlock our ability to go out and find a contractor to do the engineering and design, which once we have that, and that would be vetted through the Parks and Rec Commission, through the user groups, through the council, through, community workshops and so on. And then only after we have engineering design would we go out and find a contractor to build it.
So other grants you've gotten, they've stipulated this is what you have to do, what you've put in there. Are you telling me now what you've written in that grant does not have to be?
Councilwoman Duquette, with all respect, I sit on a group and a board, the Idaho Economic Advisory Council. We give away grants every quarter. There's always flexibility in these grants. They're not, there's always negotiation discussions, things change. A grant, you pitch an idea and a concept, but once you get awarded, there's inevitable changes and tweaks and adherence to some parts and not others.
So there will be other options that I can say no to things.
Sure. Yes.
If you get a second.
If what?
If you get a second.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I was actually planning on pulling this off of consent, and I talked to Jason about it earlier. For similar reasons, we did, kudos to Jason for finding this and going after it really quickly and getting us $1 million worth of grant funding. But when it came before council to decide whether we were going to go for that grant, the details were very slim. And so for it to pop up now without any sort of presentation gave me pause as well. My conversation with you, gave me some more confidence. The questions that I had been getting from the public that I do think need to be talked about in this public meeting, a lot of people say the RV park was not the stated purpose of that land swap. And so one concern that I have is, are we going to be locked into that being an RV park in perpetuity? Because I know some of the land water conservation grants are in perpetuity.
So I did find an answer to that. And the answer is there's a 25-year obligation with IDPR grants. For 25 years, the site has to be used for the stated purpose of the grant funding. We can ask for relief from that, but we'd have to get written approval from the state in order to change the use of that site within the 25-year window.
Okay.
And with all, I just add respectfully that I'm not sure there's a better investment that can provide a return to potentially discretionary funds to the general fund or the rec fund, anything better than an RV park in Morridge. I mean, this is literally a funding mechanism for our park system, if we do it right, that can last a long time and free up general funds dollars all over. So,
And just to, in reference to Councilman Schreiber's pointing out the intended purpose, I think the 2020 Parks Master Plan envisioned boat trailer parking in that location. And then we had the design report, which was completed, never formally adopted, which envisioned more parking as well. So yeah, the vision for that approximately 2-acre property was for just additional parking for City Beach.
There wasn't even consensus on that. It was just.
It was
Right.
part of a land
Mhm.
swap.
Correct.
And it's one of those bait and switch things where this is what we're gonna do. And then, oh, we're not gonna do it anymore.
not.
This is what we're gonna do now. That's all.
Well, if
Doesn't-
council, if council prefers to go in the direction of additional parking, that's up to council as well. We could reject the grant and look for money to turn that into a parking lot.
Well, I have to say personally, I have more confidence knowing that we have some leeway in how we can use that grant funding, and I look forward to discussing that further as
Just
we
to
move
clarify, the
forward.
leeway is within that
Yeah.
area. We can't use it to do other park improvements outside of and have to be related to of better RV campground facilities.
But it could also benefit others, as you mentioned with the shower.
I don't, there's certainly not going to be any requirement that improvements we make are exclusively for RV park customers. And I mean, I've always thought a restroom in the southeast corner there,
Yeah.
which could serve park goers is just a no-brainer. Like, we could do that for sure.
Southeast corner in the RV park.
That the public.
But there's also 120 public docks there as well that could be
And
served.
might I
by-
make a comment just for being down there from 2009 until 2024? Our public restrooms got hammered every single day. I spent roughly $15,000 a year just on plumbing for the restaurants' bathrooms because the hotel would not give access to the public to use any of their facilities. It fell on my shoulders after that. And I do concur with both of you guys. And I understand the bait and switch, but also remember too, there was a realignment of the properties, not just the RV park and parking for boat and truck and trailers, right? Which I fully support as well too. But it was a realignment of the property because the city and the hotel were swapping checks for rentals of the marina down south and for the rentals of the grass out in front of the restaurant. It was a very silly layout, the way those two properties were, and it better aligns the city's park usage and the hotels and kind of cordons those two areas off. But I have the same concerns as well. I never envisioned it as an RV park, especially as we're talking about parking has been the hot button topic for the last 6 months as well too. And the revenue dollars that it will generate for parks. I am a little concerned about the 25-year window. So we'd potentially be in conflict by taking this grant if we don't have it serve as an RV park for the next 25 years.
The state could ask us to repay the grant funds if we were to convert its use within that time window.
Which we might
My
see
comment,
enough revenue within 10 years to do that. So,
Mr. Mayor, my comment would be if the RV park makes all that revenue, then we can redo the other bathroom panel.
oh, for sure.
We can prioritize that. I
Fantastic.
mean, literally, we could prioritize that over the next couple of years, because I agree with you. That needs to be done, but we also need money to do it. So, and my other comment would be that the original plans to make that parking and then to make the boat ramp go into Sand Creek and a different alignment from where it is. I always, from the very get-go, never thought that would work because of channel dredging and the traffic and how boats have to move underneath the railroad bridge and stuff. So I've always had problems with how that was going to play out anyway.
And that is not part of this. You
No,
are- It's not going to be a
yeah,
boat.
In fact, you just reminded me that that same Parks Master Plan envisioned moving the whole boat launch down to this location. So
Because
this is going to serve both as a boat launch and as parking for boat trailers.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Are you talking about launching boats from there?
No, that
Okay.
the earlier Councilman Schreiber referenced the earlier master plans, which envisioned
Right.
the moving the boat launch to the location of the RV campground.
Which had been shared with us by professional people that that's not a good idea right there because of dredging. And so.
Oh, council members, is there a motion to act on the,
We'll be done.
is there a motion to act on the
So moved.
Second.
item?
I don't even know what that was.
What is?
The motion.
Motion is to approve the RB Park grant.
Acceptance of a $950,000 RV fund grant for City Beach RV campground rebuild. Was that the motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second, moved by Rule, second by Spiro. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Duquette,
Yeah, of course, I'm first. I'm gonna have to say no, just on, yeah, just no, sorry. It's a
Counselor
third
Spro-
grant.
I am thankful to have another bathroom there. Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Schreiber,
Yes.
Counselor Howard,
Yes.
the mayor motion passes.
Thank you very much. Motion to adjourn?
So moved. Second.
Aye,
Second, meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone, up for all your hard work tonight, council, staff,
Go home and eat.
public. Jack left. but